Hello, hello, hello. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. Oh, you are still silent, Nagi. Oh, hold on. Gotta kill. I told you we were going straight in, and it doesn't. I have to fix some things, my dude. Discord, Nagi. Check it now, Nagi. Let's go.
Hello?
There we
Hello?
go. Now we got you.
Hello? Tis I! Nagi, the stream serpent! For real and for true!
For true. Hello, everyone. Yes, you should be able to hear Nagi. It looks like the audio balance is fine, so I'm going to put that problem away. And Nagi, you can see the screen preview?
I can.
Excellent. So you'll be able to see the painting when we get
Yes, I can. It works perfectly. Yeah. I can see the painting and everything. It's gonna be the best.
It's gonna be the best. Yes, because so Nagi, the stream serpent, is a dear friend of mine. She is way better than me at arts, which is why we've got her here today.
Yes, I have been called to help with like the prestigious activity of miniature painting, revered by the masses for millennia. Longer than 150 years ago, for sure. For sure.
Definitely older than nationalism or traditionalism.
Yes. Yes, it's older than feudalism. They were doing this in the caves back then, you know?
I mean,
it's like, what is that? The Venus statues? That was what they were painting. Yeah, that was what they were painting, bro.
I mean,
and the Chinese, they've been doing this even before then. Right? And
I mean, it's one of those things I think about constantly because I think it's kind of fucked up. Is the it's like we have those painted we have the Greek statues and we know that they were painted.
They were painted, yeah.
They were painted, but the part that fucks with me is that like I actually do think the monochrome looks cool as hell.
It does look good. It probably honestly looks better, I feel.
It depends on how they painted them because we only know like a little bit about how they were painted. I suspect it does look better though, at least like to my sensibilities.
I mean, back then they had access to some pretty cool like pigment technology already. I will say that, but without titanium white, she looked kind of bad. Titanium white is kind of like a modern pigment. Before that, they had to use lead.
Yeah.
Right, and I will say lead white is kind of cool. It mixes in a way that titanium white doesn't, and it has this weird silvery sheen to it, right? And also, it kills you.
It does kill you. It does kill you.
It's pretty metal, if you know what I mean, right?
It is pretty good. It is pretty fun how many like old school paints people were willing to just die over.
Dude, I have a tube of cadmium yellow, and I will never give that shit up. And if I fucking lose all of my teeth, I don't give a shit, because that's actually what that does to you.
Yeah, we were just talking about this when we were like talking about paint selection. Nagi coached me a little bit on paint selection and like mentioned cadmium yellow, and I'm like, I'm not fucking doing that. I am not that dedicated to my craft.
My favorite yellow, like if we talk about miniature paints, right? So most miniature paints that you buy, right? They're like some weird fucking special secret sauce blend that the producer makes, right? So they're not like artist paints, where artist paints are just like named after the pigment, right? That is in there. So for example, you'll get like ivory black. It's also known as bone black or lamp black. Right? And the pigment for that is bone ash, which is also fucking metal as shit if you think about it. It's burnt bone ash,
I was going to bring up Mummy Brown.
Ivory or bone black, right? Yeah, Mummy Brown.
Yeah, Mummy Brown's a great one.
Like titanium white is because it's titanium oxide, and then you have Senacedone magenta or whatever. I forget about how that is pronounced, but...
Get some nice.
You have all kinds of the tallow pigments, and you have like all that. But when you buy the miniature paint, you never know what's in there. Special secret sauce blend. So it do be how it be. So that's usually not. Also, they want to sell that to little children because specifically Warhammer. Right?
Oh yeah. Warhammer's for babies.
Their entire business model is selling ultraviolence to kids, right? So that's what's going on, right? And so they can't have it. They can't have poisonous pigments, right? They can't have it.
No, you can kill people with a bolt. This is why. Poison.
This is why I don't even think they offer like an airbrush anymore. They had one once upon a time. It was like the worst possible like airbrush gun that you could buy. It's like an externally mixed siphon-fed airbrush, and I'm like, what? Why? Like, really, really bad. And they have an airline though. They have like paints that are for airbrush pre-syn, but they don't sell you the actual airbrush, which is funny to me.
Sim V 3.0. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, it's well, yeah. I mean, they are definitely selling ultraviolence to kids. And, like, it is kind of funny, and like, yeah, me and you were talking about this with Mix, and like, I'm still just flabbergasted by the gall of this one environmental group claiming that they had figured out like a non-toxic use for cadmium for solar paneling.
That's fucking funny.
It's just like, that's not true. That's not true. Like, you are just like, that's not true at all.
We all know that that's not true.
That is not true at all. That if somebody tells you they have a non-toxic cadmium chemical, they are lying to you. Like,
I have a question about Warhammer 40k and historicity, okay?
Okay.
Maybe you know this.
I might.
So, like, purity seals, right? Purity seals in Warhammer 40k are based on real-life traditions in Europe, are they, right? I'm pretty sure that
explain a little bit more what they are, because I don't know what they...
So purity seals are similar to Ofuda tags from Japan, right? But in Europe. So what they are is, you get a little bit of a scroll blessed by a priest, and to show that it is authentic, instead of like the temple stamp that you have in Japan, right? You get a wax seal on top. And that's like the purity seals is what they call them in Warhammer 40k, where they stamp that on armors and shit, right, in the Empire.
Okay.
So there is an article out there, right? Like, I don't know if you're aware of this, but apparently the Russian army is making purity seals right now in the Ukraine conflict that they put on fucking soldiers, inspired by Warhammer 40k.
No. I mean,
like, what? They rediscovered this old goddamn tradition from Warhammer 40k, and they're bringing it back. I'm like, what?
I can absolutely believe that. It is I mean, they've already been already quite a few times there's been Russian units, and even Ukrainian units as well for that matter, using like 40k symbols. Especially the Chaos Star has shown up like on both sides of the conflict. Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things that like I still remember this moment of like because I'm like a turbo lefty, right? I'm like by tradition. Like, this is not just like me like rebelling against my parents.
Oh my god, it's getting so woke in here. What the fuck?
My family was in like my family was like in utopian communes in the 19th century kind of stuff. Like, this is like I come by it honestly. And so like I remember this so like I'm around these like peacenik types all the time, and I remember from like back during the Iraq War. Like Americans, when Americans were still processing that kind of stuff, they were looking at this. There was an American soldier who was wearing like a face mask, like a facial covering for like keeping dust out of your eyes and crap. And he had spray painted a skull on it, right? He had skull spray paint on it. And a bunch of these people that I was talking to were like really horrified by this. Like, I can't believe this. This is like true signs that this is like an evil country. And I'm like, literally every soldier does this. Literally,
on his bandana. He just wants to look cool and imposing on the battlefield.
Yeah, literally.
You gotta look like a badass. You're gonna win mental, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Every army does this. Like, it's just... It's
not even only the army. Dude, there's this one video, right? Like the really terrible fucking police brutality video, right? In America. A while ago, it was a big thing. I don't remember the actual name of the incident. But they just fucking shot a guy with an M15 or whatever crawling towards them, right?
I know the video. That's a rough one.
Yeah, you know the
really
video.
But
the important thing there is, right? That the police officer just, you can see on the side of his gun, he has written on his gun, "You're fucked." And I'm like, what the hell?
It is I will point. This is one of those
understand.
places where it's worth pointing out the different role between a soldier and a police officer.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand this completely. You
Yeah.
should point that out.
Yeah.
But the police is not completely aware of this distinction sometimes, I feel. I'm gonna have
It
to
is
say
actually.
that.
I mean, I am sure that there are a couple of veterans among my regulars. I know a couple of them have military service, and one of those ones that I always remember being pointed out by soldiers when they look at how the U.S. police use their guns is that U.S. cops just don't practice trigger discipline.
Yeah.
Like, they just don't. Like, they just have their fingers inside the well as a resting position. And then you might ask, don't they shoot themselves in the leg all the time if they do that? And the answer is yes.
They probably do. Yeah, they probably do.
They do. They do. Like, the main way that officers die in the line of duty is getting hit by a car while they're writing a ticket is actually the main way, because cars are really dangerous. And number two is getting shot by other officers. Like,
Remarkable. Remarkable.
I'm
I'm so glad that, like, America, like, that you have your guns under control. I feel very, very powerful.
So I mean, this is getting
Like,
turbo political here, which is fine, I guess, for Twitch.tv. One of those things that's always like really distressing when you learn about it is it's like one of the responses that Americans have to, like, something goes wrong in our bureaucracy is, oh, the people are undertrained. And I've been part of this. Like, oh, like, people filed their taxes wrong, I have to train the auditors, kind of stuff. So, whatever. So they do, like, training for cops. And the main training they do for cops is called fear-based training, where a guy comes up, where, like, they spend, like, a week in a room where a guy just tells them repeatedly, like, if you don't shoot first, they'll shoot you.
They don't, yeah, right. I've seen this.
That's the training.
They're like, they showed him, like, videos of, like, cops being shot out of, like, from left field in completely insane situations.
I got shown that in high school. Like,
yeah.
Like, it's.
Dude, I remember the old training video that I watched on stream once where a guy just pulled out a crossbow and shot the police officer, and I'm like,
dang.
What?
Dang.
What? What?
Dang, this is America. And I guess this is kind of
crazy shit happens.
This is kind of my, like, little sociology appointment notice to point out that if you get mugged, by far and away the best weapon to use to protect yourself is just talking to the person. Like 100%. It's like twice as safe as trying to do anything else. Yeah, Hoomter knows what's going on.
You just hurt him with your words.
Yeah,
hurt him with your words. Just destroy his soul. He can't block that. There's no way.
Yeah, we do have Florida Man. Florida Man, our venerated folk hero, Florida Man. That's our traditions, right? It's Florida Man.
Is Florida Man like a cryptid? Is he like Bigfoot?
I'm sure you're familiar with this, right, Nagi?
I am familiar with it, but like I feel you should make it into a thing where it's like Florida Man is actually a single guy, right?
Oh, that'd be so good. That'd be so good. Like,
and does stuff, right? Like, that'd be so cool if it was that.
I would watch the MCU movie that's about Florida Man.
Maybe in 200 years, Florida Man is gonna be like a local legend, right? Where he just shows up and does crazy shit, and when something happens that you can't explain, people are just gonna be like, "He was Florida Man. It was him again."
I am down for this. I genuinely think that this should be like in the Avengers.
Dude, Florida Man is like he should be in, like, he's better comic relief than whatever they have right now. Like,
I'd much rather have Florida Man than Rocket Raccoon at this point. Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. I have not actually watched any of the Marvel MCU movies ever. ever.
That's
Like
I'm
one of
actually
these,
impressed.
you know,
I'm actually really
that
impressed.
that one meme, right, where somebody says like, I have never gone to Twitter or whatever, and then everybody else just fucking gets blown away by their power.
Yeah.
That's my moment. That's my moment. I've never seen an MCU movie.
I am impressed. This is the power of living in the European Union. Like this is what we have instead of universal healthcare. Is you are forced to watch MCU movies at gunpoint. But no, uh, I mean, I remember when the first Iron Man movie came out and it was just like considered a decent movie, and like I watched it and it was fine. And it didn't seem like a harbinger of the apocalypse to me at the time. It just seemed like an okay war on terror, rah patriotism movie. Oh yeah, Versa is correct. You have avoided like some of the worst humor writing that has ever been made.
Dude, I hear that the millennial writing is out of control in those. It's like, I don't know why.
It's rough, man.
So everything that I see about these movies is like they're completely incapable of taking themselves seriously at any point. It's
oh yeah, no.
Like,
if they recoil from moments of drama, like
there's
they have
no
touched a hot
sincerity
stove.
in this shit. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Yeah, Versa hits it on the nail on the head here. It's Joss Whedon. It's Joss Whedon. Joss Whedon did a fairly successful job directing a B-tier TV show, and then got made director of an extraordinarily outrageously successful movie, and then got disgraced, but for some reason we kept his like worst writing habit, where like nothing can happen without somebody undercutting it with a quip. Which, like, I don't know. I think in Buffy it's fine because it's like B-tier crap. Like it's fine, but in the Marvel movies,
I didn't like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I was like into like Charmed.
That's fair.
That's fair. That Charmed was based, okay? Like if you don't believe that, you cannot be friends. That was
I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you.
That was good. That was. They don't make him like that anymore. They don't.
I mean, there's a lot of shows they don't make like that anymore.
It's true. It's true.
I often talk about how like Star Trek original series is actually like pretty good, but you just really have to keep in mind that like it was made for broadcast and like 20 years before home VCRs were a thing. So like the idea that somebody would actually watch every single episode of it was like bizarre. They were like, "What's wrong with you?"
Yeah,
like,
people didn't think they would do that.
Yeah,
but they did.
But they did. So like, you watch it, if you binge watch it like it's a modern prestige television show, you're like, "Didn't they do this plot 3 episodes ago?" And it's like, yes, they did. Like, they did. They just were kind of hoping you weren't paying attention, and they were probably right.
You saw it probably like in the last run or whatever, and it's like half a year apart, so you don't remember that.
Yeah, like that's not how people actually relate to Star Trek anymore, because
no,
it was made for a different generation.
They just like binge watching things. That's the new trend. Just sit there an entire day, fucking wrap yourself into a blanket with like your beverage of choice, and just like consume product.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I've got plenty of anime. I've got plenty of anime. I've got a new set of DVDs of Venture Brothers. I could rewatch the whole damn series of.
Consume.
Don't tempt me.
Consume. I haven't done it for a long time though. I haven't consumed very much. I'm a bad consumer. Soon they're gonna banish me from these lands.
I'm also bad. I mean, I'll be honest. The main thing I've been thinking about is this article on Sumerian, on Akkadian anatomic language. This one was actually super cool, my dude. Like like where are emotions in your body? Like where?
Liver.
That was a big one. Yeah, that was a big one.
They're in the liver. They're all in the liver.
But like you
no,
have like.
This is true. I know that. Like I understand the liver. The liver is the seat of your emotions.
The liver is the.
That's why I like stealing livers from people. They're the most emotionally charged.
The most emotionally.
People think it's the heart, but that is propaganda. That's not true.
It depends on the emotion. Fear is stored in the thighs to the Akkadians. Oh, I'm socked.
This is true. Ah! What is this abomination? I've never seen this before.
Petriment T, thank you for the follow. Sock. I'm sock form.
I don't like this. This feels kind of racist to me. You know? You know? Am I the only one? Okay, whatever. It's like, whatever. Who cares? Videophobia runs deep on Twitch, as we all know.
Chad is asking for snake form.
Okay, whatever. I'll give you one free snake form. One. I didn't come here to do this. I came here to not to entertain, but to be annoying and but I shall let you have this one.
Alright.
Where is it? Boop!
And she's dead.
No, I come back. Wait a bit. I have to push this through the internet packages.
These old men are so impatient these days.
Yeah, dude, fucking boomers. There we go.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Yes. Yes.
Double snack.
Double snake. Double snake. Double snake. If it helps you, it will wear off in the sock mantis wears off in 9 minutes.
You're giving them way too much value. Like, you know that, right? Like, you're giving them, like, so much value. That's crazy. I would never give them 10 minutes. That's crazy. They're not allowed that.
I'm slow. I feel like 10 minutes is a reasonable amount of time. I feel like 10 minutes is reasonable. I'm the slow man. I'm the slow man. Also, I feel like I should go back and do the hellos. I always like to do hellos to chat, and I didn't get them in at all. Hello, Saribot. Hello, me. Hello, Irenu. Hello, Vexing Cat. Hello, hello, hello. And hello, Hoopter. And hello, Momo. And hello, Mix. And SaferQ. And hello, Versa. And hello, Gamma21. And hello, Emperor's Armpits. And hello, Mura. Hello to... Hold on. I think that's a lot of Versa in a row. Not Mega Muga. Hello, hello, hello. And hello, Tetrament T. And welcome in. And Nekon Master. Hello, hello, hello. And Quinson. Hello, 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 hello.
It's Quincy.
Quincy.
It's Quincy.
No N? You don't say the N? The N is silent?
No, I don't think you say it.
Quincy. Okay. Yeah. I don't have a mlem for this model. That feels weird. That feels weird to have mlem for a sock puppet. But yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work. No tongue tracking for me. Yeah, Quincy came through. Yeah. Oh. But yeah. So yeah, like, yeah. Now instead of consuming, we have plastic crap, which is somehow not consuming. We have somehow not counts consuming. Quincy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And yes, I need to let me set up the desk a little bit more so you can see all my goddamn paints.
Yeah, you got new paints.
I got many new paints on your urging. On your urging, Nagi. So you can.
Also, by the way, I assume we're gonna talk a lot about the ancient Romans today.
Probably. I have been reading up
because,
on
like, I assume, like, because what you're painting today is basically ye old necromancers of Rome.
Yes.
Roma.
Yes. I also,
ye old Roman necromancers.
I gotta say, I generally have an affection for necromancy as like an approach to the world. And I also particularly have an affection for the pairing of ancient Rome and necromancy. I think it's really
it is really cool.
I
have looked at these models before, like it's Old Dominion from Conquest, right? I personally like the Spires as a faction from Old Dominion, and like kind of Spires like more the Spires. But I don't know. I have looked at what an army costs, and it's too expensive for me.
Yeah, I put this up on Throne, and somebody did buy it. Well, especially the centerpiece models, because this is like 20 models for like $35, which is not that bad.
So which models are you preparing for today?
These are Praetorian Guards. I should only check the numbers. Sorry, let me breaking the tracking so I can grab the box. Might not be 20, but it wasn't that bad. Oh, it's 12, which is 12 for $30. That's $3 a model. That's not that bad. Whereas like the Old Dominion have a living god as a model. The Old Dominion are cool as hell. They did an extremely Path of Exile thing, and
I do like their the bone golems or whatever.
yeah,
The
the bone golems are
stone,
cool as hell.
the bone golems. Yeah, they're cool.
A lot of their models are really cool. Honestly, a lot of the models in general for the entire series is very cool. Like they've got one of the factions in it is orcs riding dinosaurs.
Yes,
Like,
yes, I've seen it.
Yeah, like it's very cool. But yeah, as you do, you reach the peak of your civilization, and what do you do, Nagi? I think you have the answer to this. What do you do if your civilization reaches a peak? If you've reached like a total huge peak as a civilization?
Well, you genetically engineered dinosaurs.
I mean, that's one answer. The Old Dominion's answer was you kill God.
I mean, yes, that's also true. You kill God, and then you bring him back as a zombie.
Yes, you kill God,
Yeah.
and you bring him back as an enslaved zombie in your armies. And that is one of the units that the Old Dominion has access to. And it also costs like $170 for one model, which is pretty high.
It's pretty cool.
It's super
so
cool.
like for information, the spires, the thing that I like, they're like clones from an alien race that came to Earth, and they're like just the clones that are still here of the old aliens.
Yeah.
That's basically what's going on there.
I also really particularly like that they're alien invaders, and what they did as soon as they invaded the planet was slam the door shut behind them so that none of their friends could follow. I think that's really funny. Like, no, this is not a prelude to deeper invasions. We are trying to get away from those assholes. No more immigration from our planet.
But yeah, that's pretty. I like that it's a war game that is kind of like up and coming. Like I feel war games have been a bit stale for a while.
Oh yeah.
Ever since like AT-43 died, and which happened in the before time, and then like all of Rackham forever destroyed, and Malifaux. And like now, what happened to War Machine and the Hordes? Right? Like oh my god.
Poor War Machine. War Machine was
The problem I have is they brought it back, but all of the stuff is different, and there's no Legion of Everblight. So why would I care?
Oh, that's a shame. That's a big one.
They have like the Chimeron and whatnot, which are like metal dragons. But there's like, so in the end story of so basically what is happening in the they had like an end times event similar to like Warhammer Fantasy, right?
Yeah.
And in that event, they went through the portal that the Signar race had a portal to their god, which is a galaxy. They have like a pantheistic god, but it's a galaxy somewhere, right?
All right. That's a goofy one, yeah.
Yeah. Then they went to that galaxy, and that's where Warcaster, their sci-fi game, is actually happening, right? And a few people also went through, and one of them that went through was like one of the Everblight people, and their actual part of the World Stone got like disconnected from Everblight or whatever, and so the story is that they used that new disconnected World Stone, or the Antarak, or what it's called, to make like weird artificial dragon spawn, like weird robot dragon spawn. But they look stupid, and I want Everblight back. That shit is not a replacement, okay?
It's a damn shame.
Yeah.
It's a damn shame. Yeah, I mean, I am a mechanics nerd. So like, to me, I always like it when you can like, in like one sentence, sell why a game is cool. And the thing that is, to me, that like really hits me with Conquest is you don't deploy your armies. I think that's super cool.
It's pretty unique.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Like it's describing a meeting engagement. This is how meeting engagements actually happen. So the way that it works in Conquest is you start off with no army units on the field, and then for the first couple of turns you can deploy light units only. And then you slowly get to add in your medium and heavy units over the course of the game. And they can only deploy as far forward as you've already gone. So your medium units can only deploy up to as far forward as your furthest light unit, and your heavy units can only deploy as far forward as your furthest medium unit.
Medium.
Or heavy. Yeah, you can be the same class or lower. And I just think this is super cool. I just think this is super cool. I think this makes it really reactive. I think this is really exciting and interesting. I think it really shakes up a lot of it goes the opposite direction from Infinity, right? I love Infinity, but Infinity is a game where like you can lose the game in deployments. Like literally 50% of the playtime for a game of Infinity is deploying units.
Dude, Infinity has that problem. It do.
I think it's
I just
an orthogonal
I didn't
feature.
play a lot of the old Infinity because I pre-ordered the rulebook for Infinity 4th edition or whatever.
Yeah. And now 5th
And
edition's
then
coming out like this month.
Yeah, it didn't have a laugh. And I was like, what am I doing here? What the fuck? You scammed me.
Oh no. Oh yeah, you're an A-list. You're an A-list nerd. Yeah. You want the You want the somehow horniest faction in an incredibly horny game.
Yes.
All right.
Now, if you were gonna go for that, might as well. You know what I mean? Same thing as when you play like Kingdom Death Monster or whatever. Just like go with it. Like take the monster that looks most like a penis and take make the most horny fucking big ass and titty survival models. There you go. That's how you do it.
There we go. All right. Let's hop on over to the live view. Oh, hand cam. There we go. There's hand cam. I'm going to reset it a little bit because the little preview notification.
I'm cut off! You cut me! No! Ah!
Okay, I will give it an extension. I will extend you a little bit. I'll extend you a little bit. I will extend you a little bit. Relax. Relax, dear snake. Filters. Wait, is that a source filter or is it a? It's not. Oh, where is that? Genuinely thought that was a crop pad filter. Where the heck is that? Well, then never mind. You're just gonna have to move over a little to the right if you want. Otherwise, where is it? Because it's not under filters. It should be under filters. It's a filter.
Okay. There we go.
Isn't crop pad a filter? Am I going crazy? There we go. There we go. Perfect.
I can get you with my plumes.
Yeah, your plume's getting up my nose.
Get you.
All right. So
Can
I
you
left
put baking paper down. What the hell?
Yeah. So that I don't ruin my desk.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a first. I've never seen that technique before. People use like cutting mats and all kind. Like I've seen silicone baking mats before because you can just easily get all the paint off, but like never actual baking paper. That's That's a pretty new technique.
Yeah. I like the way it looks. I've left a handful of spots unprimed because I'm going to be mounting other pieces on them later. A couple places I just fucked up the priming job because I'm a noob. And I suck.
Doesn't fucking matter. The primer doesn't need to be like it can be blotchy. It doesn't matter.
All right, that's good to know.
Also, I told you like before stream that like if you want colored primer, I gave you an option there, right? Like you can use. It has like massive choices for different paint colors.
Yeah, it was expensive. And then you told me to use black anyway. Hold on, resetting. No, go away. There's a little watermark on here that I can, if I'm clever, it goes away. There we go. And we're small.
I'm wide Nagi. White people happy.
Let me put us up a little bit so they can see you. But yeah, there we go. But yes,
so
there we go. Camera focusing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Camera's
so
focusing.
According to historical accuracy, what do you think like what would the tabard there be made of? The half tabard, right? That this guy's wearing.
The most obvious option is red. That's the traditional option for doing cloth works on Romans.
It is a pretty good option, but like, do you feel that that's a good idea?
I think it's a fairly good one. However, the curveball I wanted to throw, and we were talking about this. You know, the Romans' traditional Iron Age civilization.
Yes.
This is a fucking weird ass sword for making out of iron.
It is incredibly strange. It's not a gladius? What is that?
It's
I
absolutely
thought
not.
it was a gladius.
It's absolutely not a gladius because gladius are double-ended. This is
Yes,
it
they
might
are.
be a falx, but it also looks like a khopesh to me, which you make out of bronze.
So you think it's a bronze sword?
It
Like
might be.
my obvious, like, so if I looked at this model, the way that I would paint it, right, is
Mhm.
like I would make the armor very bronzish
I was
because
thinking bronzish too, not for historical reasons, but specifically because I think bronze looks cool.
it looks very cool in my opinion. So like my because they're zombies,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I would paint them to be like dusty and old, right?
Mhm.
So I would
Yeah,
make it like bronze,
yeah,
and then I would like use like a verdigris effect, right? Like the
yeah.
blue verdigris. We want like the blue verdigris, and uh, and then I feel like this kind of thing like calls for like dry brushing techniques. I feel like people they shit a lot on dry brushing, but for stuff like this, if you want something to look dusty, dry brushing is actually like the right tool for the job. I feel.
I think so.
Is
I
that
think
a
so.
thing that you've ever done?
Well, this gets us to the let's back up here a little bit and answer the question we started on here. So if we're doing bronze rather than
Uh huh.
gray, right? Then red's gonna be way too low contrast, right?
I mean, kinda, but we already have like if we do like the actual like the bronze corrosion, right, which
Mm-hmm.
is blue, then we already have the contrast.
Mm,
And it's important to understand that there's contrasts that are different than color, right? Because you have
hmm.
saturation contrasts,
Okay.
you have warm cold, you
Okay.
have
Okay.
um what you have like what do you call that again, like luminosity, right,
Mm-hmm.
dark and light, and you have pattern, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you could do also is you could use any of that. So if you want like the cloth to be very noticeable, you could even just like give it a pattern and the
Mm,
other stuff doesn't have a similar pattern. Or let's say like this is a pretty intricate model, right? This it
yeah.
has like these the different tiny little armor plates. So there's a lot going on there already.
Yeah.
So having a tabard where there's not a lot on it, that's already breaking it up as it is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like so because the detail is like that's pattern contrast, right? Where the detail is high in one area, then it's low in another area. And so you already have the contrast built in to the model. Like you can just take advantage.
Mm.
It's for free. You can take it
This
home.
is why a model painting appeals to me because I can't draw for shit, so it it helps me get around the fact that I cannot make patterns for shit. Um so well, okay, let's be conceptual here, right? We were starting on the question of colors. So I think we both like the idea of doing the metals in bronze. Uh because it makes it look even older.
Yes.
It makes it look even more insanely old, which is
They
cool.
didn't have bronze armor back then, did they? They
They
had
did.
like
They stopped
did
using it because it was so okay, this is the history chat. History a little time here. So bronze working predates iron working by like a few thousand years. And there's a
yes,
whole
it
bronze
was
age.
very developed back
Yeah.
then already.
Uh
They knew about it.
and so what happens at the end of the Bronze Age, what's called the Bronze Age collapse, which is functionally like the most apocalyptic event that humans have had since like 10,000 BC when there was a huge volcanic eruption that nearly killed everybody. Uh
How about the Black Plague?
More apocalyptic. Main comparison
Damn,
would be the invasion of the Americas. Um,
I see.
um, and so the thing is, like, in order to make bronze, you need tin or arsenic, and those are
Yes.
actually really rare. The copper's not that rare, but the tin and arsenic are super rare. So, like, the people who are making bronze in Greece, like, they were getting tin probably from Great Britain, which is crazy because the people in Britain didn't know bronze working, so they had no idea why the fuck these people were coming over there and buying this
Because
tin.
they're
Like,
getting that tin for no reason.
yeah, it's like you'll give us like beer for tin, okay? Sure, cool. So like they didn't know how to do bronze working. So bronze working, one of the things that's often said that is not really true is like there's this belief that iron's just like a massively stronger metal than bronze, and that's just not true.
No, I mean that depends, I guess. But like just wrought iron, right?
Mhm.
Like what they
Yeah,
had access to back then. It's like because of like a lot of the metallurgy basically wasn't on the level that we have today,
Oh,
right?
absolutely
So
not. And
so the purity of the iron, like even though in Europe, like they had really good quality.
Mhm.
They had a really good quality iron. It was like meteoric iron deposits and
Yeah.
everything, right? But it's still not on the level to actually create something that has the properties of today's iron.
Oh yeah, no. Well, especially because like the way we make steel is like crazy.
Yeah, this is not, especially it's like, but it's not like a cast iron pan that you buy, right? Like today, like that's not
Yeah.
what they had back then.
But yeah, so like the big difference, the big reason why they kept doing bronze instead of iron for a long time is that the temperature you need to do bronze working is way low.
Of course.
And so you can cast bronze and have it be actually pretty strong at a lower temperature than it takes to just smelt iron. So it's like the charcoaling technology was the tricky part with iron, not like finding iron deposits and not finding and not like even working with it. It was just like it used so much fuel, and you already had the entire trade system up for working with bronze. So people did make bronze, and they could. This is actually probably a more reasonable way to make. This is probably more reasonable to make out of bronze than out of iron. This is an insane type of thigh protection. This is ludicrous. This is so dumb.
It is pretty.
It's so
It
dumb.
looks cool though. It looks
cool.
cool as shit though.
It looks cool as shit. It's dumb as hell. Good night, Mura.
I mean, you have to realize though, if you're a zombie,
yeah,
you have to protect those thighs because people are gonna attack that.
yeah, absolutely. Because like your zombie, you still have to worry about your ligaments, right? Even if you're like you're
Yes,
immune to
because
pain, you gotta worry about
the
the ligaments.
important thing about a zombie is that your vitals don't need to be protected as much as your actual ambulatory system, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because like everything that can propel you forward is like now important to protect.
I mean, I feel like that's always a question about how you write the rules for your zombies. But I'm guessing it is how they work the rules for these zombies in Conquest, because like these aren't like the zombies where they're like purely magical and therefore like you cut off their arms and it doesn't affect them. Like, because that's like a zombie type that sometimes people do. That's not how they're
Yes,
doing
a
these
magic
zombies.
zombie.
These are like half magic zombies. These are not pure magic zombies. Well, we're thinking about color. Let's go down my paint list, right? Let's go down.
Yes.
This is not organized for shit. Let me try to sort it a little bit.
So what bronze do we got?
The actual bronze I have that's a true metal is Balthazar Gold.
From Citadel Paints from the Great Games Workshop.
Yes.
So Balthazar Gold is pretty cool. I've worked with this before. It's like
I think it looks pretty
I
sick.
mean, as far as like metallics goes, it's like not the greatest, but like it's gonna be fine. Like especially so my personal thing with this is
so so that the chat can see, this is a finished piece using the Balthazar Gold with like no additional stuff on it. It's just Balthazar Gold over a black layer. Is the spear on this one. Just giving a preview. So Balthazar Gold is one of my true my true bronze metal.
So now do we have a seal bar and the gold too?
This is the only other true metal paint I've got is Lead Belcher.
Really?
Yes.
I really wish you had a gold. That would have really helped. That would have really helped a whole lot. But what can you do?
Let's just go down.
You know what?
Let's go on.
We might be able to fudge it.
We might be able to fudge it. We can go through in what we're working with, because
Do you have an orange? You said you had some kind of contrast paint. Do you have an orange contrast paint?
Let me go grab the reds and oranges I've got. This is the orange contrast I've got. They call it.
Oh, that's perfect. We're gonna be able to fudge this so hard you don't even understand.
Perfect.
This is like we're gonna do some illegal techniques today.
Hell yeah. So
oh man.
Here's my red orange range.
Okay, that's pretty good.
That's the red orange range we've got to work with. My blues, fairly limited, but actually not too. I don't think they're that bad.
They're pretty good. It's the Thunderhawk blue and McCrag blue. So McCrag's what, ultramarine?
Yeah,
and the other one is like sky blue.
Yeah, the other one's it's kind of sky blue. Yeah, and you said that sky blue is a pain in the ass to mix, so that's good.
It's impossible, in fact, with like a lot of stuff. So
I got two purples.
Purple.
I like purple a lot.
What is this? Megas purple and base Nagaroth Night.
Nagaroth Night, yes. Yes.
Okay.
The camera lens is not where I think it is. I keep on like holding things up like way far to the right.
So one of them is clearly a blue more than a purple, but
let's my 2 yellows. These ones were at your urging.
yes. So ice yellow is a good paint to possess because it helps you with mixing so much. It's like better than pure white in a lot of cases.
I
so
can
like
believe that because pure white paints tend to suck.
it's one of my favorites to actually like mix a lot of shades. And moon yellow, the classic moon yellow.
Yeah, this is what the moon looks like to me, doesn't it? Right?
So like my favorite yellow is one of these paints where I'm like, if I want a yellow, like a really yellow, I'm like a single pigment paint person. I want bismuth yellow. That's the only fucking one that's like when you want the yellowest yellow. Bismuth yellow. That's the stuff.
And I can only
But
think of
this will
bismuth as
do.
pink for obvious reasons. Here's the green range.
Yes, so we have cold green and we have
a pretty warm green.
Little bit, I guess, but like green is very mixable. We'll be able to like make like an olive green or whatever.
All right, cool, good.
They're pretty good greens, pretty legit. We also have the one green that looks like verdigris. That's gonna make things pretty easy.
Nice.
So that's good. The ghost green or whatever it's called.
My garbage ass set of whites.
So yes, Games Workshop's colors that are white are trash.
Yeah, these things come out like
throw
chalk.
them in the trash. I swear.
It's dreadful. It's dreadful. And these are like the main things I was painting with.
They're like fucking rubber chalk. It's weird. How did they make them like this?
And look how much I painted with it. I painted like 12 models like this shit.
Can you focus on this? Focus on it.
Let's see if we have to count on the autofocus clock. Oh, that actually cooperated pretty quickly.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I followed my model's color scheme. I think I did all right.
I
think I did all right. I do not know a lot of advanced techniques, but my hands are pretty steady, so at least I got that going for me.
Okay.
My actual black and a sort of black ink.
Bad and black. And what is this? Agrix Earthshade. Yes, this is like the wash.
Yeah,
the
it's
wash.
I've been using like a black ink. It's kind of a blackish brown ink.
Washes are like inks with some extra mediums, right? To change their behaviors. But like, yes.
And you said this one was really good.
Which yes, Bugman's Glow is one of these paints that is like doesn't really have any like no other miniature paint brand has a Bugman's Glow except the one that they specifically made because nobody else had a Bugman's Glow. But it's like it's a really good paint to have. Like it's
I have not used it
really
yet.
strong. Like I mean, look at it. If you look at this right now, this could even be like a copper. This could be like the base for like some kind of zombie flesh. This could be like so much for like bone. Can do everything. It's insane.
And my set of browns, Mornfang, which works. This thing, which sucks. I fucking hate this thing.
What is this? Armageddon dust?
It sucks. It sucks. Don't
it's a technical paint, though.
Yeah, I hate them.
So I'm pretty sure the technical paint is supposed to actually be a dust deposit. You're supposed to use it at the end of the thing to like. I wouldn't know how it works.
It's like super chunky and like has texture internal to it. So.
But you bought an express color. What the hell?
That was the cheapest one. That was in the mahogany.
The mahogany express?
Yeah, it was the cheapest one.
But express paint's not supposed to be applied like normal paints.
Motherfucker. Well, then I guess I don't have a mahogany brown. This is what the Armageddon dust looks
like. We'll survive.
This is what the Armageddon dust looks like, though.
We can still use it. We can still use it.
All right.
It's pretty good.
All right. Let me put you away. So yes, that is the range of the paints I got. So, that is the range of the paints I got. So
okay, we can definitely work with this. This is very workable. Except, like, I really wish you had a lighter silver and the gold. But like, I think we can work with this.
It's like texture paint, yeah.
So
This
I
sucks.
think a good strat, okay, a good strat would be this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, um, you have the mahogany express color. So an express color works exactly like these weird contrast paints that Games Workshop makes. They are like Vallejo's version of that.
Okay.
Um, so what I would do is I would like give this entire thing a coat of that.
Okay.
First of all. Like, and then, right? So here's the strat. Like, so to make this, like, I think most of this is armor, right?
Yeah, this
So,
is super heavily armored. Let's
so like, I think we should just like all over apply some. It's not Warhammer. It's Conquest.
it's
Yeah,
Conquest.
no.
Hello, degenerative.
I think so. I think we should all over apply the metallics and then pick out the stuff. Pick out the stuff that isn't metallic, right? Like that seems like a pretty good strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So
so
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
do you have a bigger brush than this?
This is my biggest. This is the number 4.
Do you have a brush that you don't care about whatsoever?
For like slathering it on.
No, that's like no. I'm just thinking about this, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I think the best possible way to paint this model would be this. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
first of all, we put on the mahogany paint so that we get a good underpainting of like this brown. That helps a lot with like getting the right kind of getting the metallics to show well. And then we take the Balthazar gold, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we do a dry brush pretty heavily of Balthazar gold over everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So dry brushing metals, true metals, is like a pretty good technique, especially if you have a lot of models to paint. So people don't like it for whatever reason, but they're stupid. They don't know. They don't
So
understand.
well, okay. So let's back up on the brush question. I'm thinking about this out loud now. So
Mhm.
is a priority bigness or fucked upness? Because I have 2 brushes that are
So
basically broken.
here's the thing, right? Dry brushing destroys your brush, right? Like it's really bad for your brush to do that. So you should use your broken brushes, I
Okay,
guess.
yeah, because it's not
So
anywhere near my biggest brush, but this one's fucked. Uh,
just
as is annoyingly my 000. My triple.
that won't do a whole lot.
Oh,
I'm afraid.
but this
But yeah,
Citadel,
so
like I think it's a 1 or a 0 is fucked. It's fucked.
that could work. But so the way this works with dry brushing, right, is you take the Balthazar gold and shake it up.
Mm-hmm.
Then you drench the bristles of the brush in the paint, and then you take like a little bit of a paper towel or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then you rub the paint out until very little paint comes off. You want the paint to be slightly damp, like the bristles slightly damp, right? And then you can wrap that in like different directions over your model so that only the most up like the edges of all the details catch the paint, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you actually that way you can preserve all of the shadows to be like your mahogany black,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you automatically get like a good transition also from the reflective surface finish of the metal paint to like the non-reflective in the shadows, which is very realistic on how light works because you know
Mm-hmm.
good ambient occlusion doesn't care about your reflection, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is why I think like the dry brushing technique is pretty good here, and it also goes very fast.
Okay, so going to start
First of
doing.
all, I would just like apply an even coat of this all over the model.
Okay.
Like just give it an even coat. We
Okay.
don't really care about like if this pulls. We don't really care about if we get like stains or like weird dry lines. It doesn't really matter. It's like a very relaxed kind of process, you know?
Yeah. 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 I
All
always
we
like this.
really care about is that we get that kind of warm color as a good tone for our actual bronze to show through.
All right. All right. I'm getting started on it. I'm getting started on it. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Nagi.
Yeah,
And
don't worry. I'm just like, tell me to shut up when you want to actually talk about stuff because I can't like I go into like explanation mode.
no,
It
no, I like the
never
explanation. The
stops.
explanation helps because like I so I don't actually have you kind of know this. I don't really have an arts background,
Uh-huh.
and it is kind of funny that I have become a like a calligraphy streamer, because that was like a very much a side hobby to me studying history and anthropology and stuff. Uh, I was supposed to be like a turbo nerd who just has big brain thoughts
Talks
and
about history
yeah, talks about
because
history and sociology. I was supposed to be a teacher, right? That was the whole plan. And then it turns out that we don't believe in that anymore as a country. So had to go on to backup career plan number like 4.
we don't believe in history anymore. It's no longer true.
I mean, that was a that
Uh,
was a that was a statement by one of our, that was like a there was like a famous event where a
uh-huh.
presidential advisor to W
Y-
back in the
By the way,
day.
do you have a DIY wet palette there?
Hmm?
That's pretty cool. It's
Yeah, it says
pretty
DIY wet
metal.
palette. The wet palette does not play well with the express paint, as I learned like immediately. So it's in the corner. It's in like the little dry
I
corner.
also feel you might have like used the wrong kind of paper there. It shouldn't be like spreading like this. This is
That's because it's too
strange.
liquidy. If I put a more thick paint on there, it won't spread like that. Uh, if I put one of the traditional paints, it won't. But this is a very inky paint.
Yeah, so like
Express.
basically what contrast paints are, they're like in between what a wash is and like they're like heavier than a wash, right? Like
Mhm.
it's basically kind of the same thing. I don't know what other additives they use. I've seen some recipes, like what kind of stuff is in the medium, but I haven't tried to mix my own. But they're like a little bit heavier than washers, so that they're supposed to usually be applied. Like the way that they advertise them is that you paint the model in like a buff kind of color, right?
Okay. Okay.
And then you apply a relatively wet coat of these, and they automatically collect in the deep recesses of the model, so you get like a little bit of a range of paint, right?
I
And
can
people
see.
like it because it's easy. It does a
Yeah.
lot of damage. I don't know.
High
That's
impact, low effort.
yeah. It's like I always say, even with that, there is basically no step in miniature painting that you cannot fuck up though, if you do it wrong. Like there's no idiot proof techniques, very sadly. There really isn't.
That's good to know. That's good to know. I mean, you can't. I don't think we've focused on it so far, but did fuck up gluing this guy's head together. So there's a big like hole in the side of his head, which I don't know.
He's a zombie,
He's a
that's gonna
zombie.
be
He's a
fine. He
zombie.
don't need it.
And I mean, start with your most
So
shittily
it doesn't
constructed
really
model
matter
first.
on how you do it here right now, but contrast paints have to be applied real fast. Like you have to go like basically surface by surface and you have to apply them real fast.
Uh-huh.
With the Express you have a bit more time. The dry is slower than like some other brands, but if you don't apply them like basically all over while they're still wet, then you get like weird ass like the weird coffee stains that you
Mhm.
get on models.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
what you get. But it doesn't matter with this application because it's going to be mostly covered up.
Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense to me. Okay. Okay.
Are there mistakes or just happy little accidents? No, there are mistakes.
Yeah, I am sorry to
You
say.
know,
As
it,
much
it
as much as
depends on.
I want to believe in Bob Ross and be like Bob Ross, sometimes like it's just like no. Like sometimes you can just do better.
It's like with miniature painting, it also depends on the style and
Mhm.
like the technique that you do. Because if most people that do this, they only know really about Warhammer, right? And
Mhm.
the problem with Warhammer is, I don't know if you've ever seen like, of course you have, right? The box art from the Warhammer
Yeah. Yeah.
models. The problem is they choose a very specific style for
Yeah.
their stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that style is actually really, really hard to apply, right? Like they do it because it's very universal. You can do it on almost anything. It breaks down on like tanks and stuff relatively relatively soon. I will say that, but it's like a very common like thing that you can do on almost anything. But the actual skill floor that you need to achieve to make that style look good is really high. Like it's super difficult for a beginner to imitate this stuff because all you really need for the Games Workshop box art, Lucas, you need to have the brush control of a Buddhist monk, okay? And you'll be fine. Like, that's basically it. Like, if you think that they actually use like all this stuff like washes and things to achieve this result, think again. They're not. That's bullshit. They're trying to pull the wall over your eyes. They're doing everything manually. All the recesses of the model are manually shaded. There's a guy sitting there with fucking binocular magnifiers to get this correct. Okay, like
Hell yeah,
just,
I'm into it. I'm
just
into it.
that's just how it works. Okay, like
I'm
it's
into it.
really difficult to get
I
that
am
look.
pro this. This makes me happy. That's a technique that I can get
But
behind.
after looking and getting like a good set of magnifiers, because I was like, that'd be cool. And then I checked what they cost, and I was like, okay, 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 that's fair. I'm
Well, I mean,
out.
yeah, because they're for like watchmakers, man.
Yeah, they are. They are. You can get like cheap ones, like on Amazon, but they're not like they don't do the things that I want them to do. Right? It's
I mean, you can do the
not
insane
that
option
useful.
and use a camera like this.
I've
Right.
been using I've been looking into like surgical headsets, right, for surgeons. They
Yeah.
wear that shit too.
Yeah. I cannot get over how how far the lens is off from where I think it is. It's like literally like 6 inches to the left of where I think it is. I don't know how this is
You know
happening.
what I do? Like sometimes with like I take like tape and then I put the tape on the actual work surface
Yeah.
where the edge of the camera is, just so I know how to center stuff.
I used to
It's
do that
pretty
when I had a
good.
more like fixed location for my camera, but I've been moving my camera a lot more because like the camera position I use for calligraphy is totally different. Because like the way that you write when I'm writing calligraphy, I'm writing like this, right? So the letters are going like do 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 do. So it needs to be like 90 degrees to this, and it looks better to move the camera than to do it in OBS than to do it in post. So that's why I do that. But yeah, I actually do have there's a tape marker a little bit over here, right around there, that for like the edge of where the camera used to be, for the former edge of the camera zone. But yeah, no, it's worth doing that. Those of you who have ever heard from television might know that that's called a mark,
Indeed.
or I should say, anything acting. That's what they mean by hit your mark.
But yeah, I was just as I was explaining, right, there's different styles of painting, and like the style that a lot of people want to do and like a lot of that it gets advertised in Warhammer is like it's not easy to achieve that. It's also not, but once you are actually like at that level, it's also not hard to achieve that, or like and it feels kind of boring, you know what I mean? To
Mhm.
actually always do this. And it takes forever. It's like also not a style that is realistic to upkeep on like a really big count if you want to have like your whole army of little army men.
Which, in fairness, I don't give a I do not care about. I am here for the joy of it. I
Are
am
you
okay
not
with
gonna
faceless.
play with these?
Probably not.
Me neither. I'm gonna make like I'm just gonna make some models soon. I have like I'm gonna do Warhammer because I'm a basic bitch, right? But I I created like my own special marine chapter, like my custom special marine just for me. They're gonna be good. They're gonna be good.
They're gonna be good. They're gonna be good. I
Yeah,
mean, they did
so
just get buffed. The Marines. They
I
just
don't
get
know.
buffed.
I have like a um I made my custom backstory, okay?
All right, all right.
They're based on like the the apple, the golden apple.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, from where Ladon was protecting the tree with the golden apple. That's what they're based on. So they have like apples as their symbol on their shoulders, and also the serpent, because that has to be the serpent. You cannot have the serpent. I mean, come on, it's gonna be good. But yeah, no, the apple. And I also really like the stupid pun, right? Like the Roman pun with melon. You know the malum, the apple, but it also means like evil or like bad luck or whatever,
Yeah,
right? Like
mal. Yeah.
yeah, malum.
Yeah.
So like the apple, it's evil. It's evil. It's the evil apple.
The evil apple. The bad apple,
Yeah,
you might even say.
I want to have like a guy from a chapter, right? That's he's kind of similar to like the Black Templar. You have like the Emperor's Champion.
Okay.
Or like the Sanguinar from the space, the Blood Angels. So it's kind of like having a chapter badass or whatever that isn't like the chapter master or whatever, right? And I want to have somebody like that, and he comes into battle with the golden apple, and he has OP stats, but the golden apple makes it so that he rolls disadvantage on everything but he's such a badass that he still does it. I don't know. That's the idea. It's
Those the Fallout run where you've got like really high stats, but you took the bad luck.
He's like the malum signifier or whatever, the bearer of the apple. That's what I'm gonna call him. There you go. That's the lore.
That's the lore.
It's a part of the lore. I have more too, but like that's for later when I actually make the thing.
Just looking through chats. Some cell shaded warhammers on. That's pretty cool. That's a cool technique if somebody can.
Cell shaded is pretty cool. You see that a lot on like Gunpla. Like a lot of people do that, or to imitate like the animated series.
That's I like that. I like that. I am into that. Let's see. Just a little bit more on here. Not really need to get the shoulder pads because I'm going to cover them up with actual pauldrons that were just like so fucking big and obnoxious I didn't want to glue them on. Now I gotta get upskirt.
You know what? I would only give him one pauldron.
That's fair. Yeah, that's
he can only
like
have
having the left
one.
pauldron's absurd because these shields are huge. The shields these guys have are ridiculous.
I would give him on the offhand where he doesn't have the shield. I would give him the pauldron.
Yeah, that's also the one I didn't play properly.
When he stabbed, then he's still protected.
Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Okay, so that's our first layer done. That's our base layer done.
Okay, so so our next plan is this. Since you have a wet palette, now we gotta do some alchemy. And I'm not even right sure because we already talked about how these hobby paints are like a little bit of a secret cocktail, right? You can never really tell what's in them. So that's why their mixing behavior is a little bit weird. So we're gonna have to like actually like pray a little bit that this is gonna work out.
Yeah, it's called a test run.
Okay, so let's get the web palette. Let's get it here.
Yeah, web palette is in front of us.
Let's prepare our 3 paints to dry brush. Let's put like a little bit of the metal down, like the Balthazar gold.
Okay. Put down some. Let's give him a nice shake.
Put down the Balthazar gold.
Put down the Balthazar gold. And topical line.
And the gunmetal, right? Like the what's that called again? Lead belcher, right?
Yeah, lead
I think that used to be called bolt gunmetal.
I think it was literally gunmetal gray, actually.
No, bolt gun. I'm pretty sure it was bolt gunmetal because it was like, haha, funny games working out.
Got self-reference.
That's why the ultramarine blue was actually called ultramarines blue because it's the ultramarines.
Yeah, they're ultra, right?
Yeah, they're like plus ultra.
Okay, so there's
go even further beyond. Okay, so here's how this works, right? So
yeah,
gold paint, right? You'd think that gold paint is actually made like from like brass powder or whatever, but that's bullshit. Gold paint is just silver paint, but if you add orange ink to it, so if you add the orange contrast paint to the silver, you should get a gold. The problem is that this is bolt or like gunmetal, so there's a lot of blue in there already. So we gotta just pray that this is not gonna be terrible.
Okay. So first of all, let's shake up the contrast. And hello Tohu.
Yeah, Tohu.
Tohu bohu. And yeah,
Bahoo.
topical ointment talking about inverse rerolls. That's actually the base mechanic of how rolling works in Trench Crusade. That
Dude, I love Trench Crusade.
speaking of, I meant to announce this on the server, and then I had a very dumb morning where I woke up way too early, went to the grocery store, and then got my ass kicked at Manor Lords repeatedly. But I'm going to do Trench Crusade on the server.
That's gonna be cool.
Community Trench
I'm
Crusade.
gonna get all the Trench Crusade models from their Kickstarter.
Okay, so do I make this as a separate paint pool, or do I just put it
Yeah,
right
just put it next to it and then put them together.
Okay.
You don't want to like actually put your paintbrush into this, because if you do, you will have the problem where you get like metal flakes into your actual wash.
Oh yeah,
there,
no,
and
it's
then
contamination.
It's
Yeah, no, I have a chemistry degree. I am deeply afraid of that kind of contamination.
This is also why I actually have two different like water pots when I paint. One for metallics only, because otherwise I put my paintbrush into the water for metallics and it will contaminate everything. I'm sorry.
I do actually have a second water pot. It's just not filled. I can go get it.
That's very smart of you.
It's just not filled. Well, it's not that smart because I didn't fill it.
Yeah, so like
that
if you mix this together, that did not work at all.
Did not work at all. I think it is because putting a contrast paint into a wet palette causes just bleed in super fast.
We have to mix it off the wet palette then.
Well, I was going to. Well, I mean, I already pulled off the silver onto here, so I figured I'd just
yeah,
do a little.
Put it right inside.
Just put it right on
I
top.
feel you have the wrong kind of paper on this. This shouldn't be happening.
It is paper towel. It is.
Oh, wet palette doesn't. You need like a semi-permeable paper on top of the paper towel.
Okay.
You can't just put it on top of the paper towel. You have to have like a. It's not wax paper, but it's like Chad. What's that called in English? Baking paper.
Oh, I've got baking paper.
Yeah, you gotta put baking paper on top of this, and then the baking paper will like automatically replenish the water content of your paint. You can't just put it on
it's
this
just paper
paper
towel
towel
with a bunch of wasted ink on it, so I can just throw this off. This is baking paper.
Yes.
Chat,
it has to be the right kind that is actually semi-permeable.
This is not semi-permeable at all. This is very waxy. This is like I have spilled paint on it and it didn't touch the desk.
As I said, I don't know what this is called in English.
I think we usually call it parchment paper.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but a wet palette needs this. It's not a wet palette without that.
I do also just have some like heavyweight paper.
And let me look this up. Real quick.
Okay, while she was looking that up, because I was going to go grab the second paint pot, and how are you doing, chat? And I could, of course, just take away this and just use the backing as.
Yeah, people say parchment paper is what you want.
I'm pretty sure I got that. Let me go. You can entertain chat because you are the very entertaining snake. So
indeed.
I will go.
Hypnotic as hell. I will. It is I that wears the jacket now. That's actually looks pretty cool. God damn, look at this. Look at how good this looks. Tell me that's not cool. Tell me I'm not amazing. What the hell? I'm gonna get that. Dude, I'm gonna take a screenshot of Almantas and I'm gonna edit him out, and it's just gonna be this jacket. And I'm gonna wear the jacket. That's great. And Talon. Pretty good. Hello, Almantas chat. I hope you're having a good time. I hope it's good. I hope you're learning many things. I don't know. Long stream. You is Nagi? Yes, yeah, that's me. Are you a moth? No. It's been a while since I've heard that one. I am not the moth. Never the moth. I'm trying to find the Skaven Salshays. The Skaven. Skaven are pretty good. They're pretty good. But like I have this problem with Warhammer Fantasy, right? Like that I don't really care about any faction. I'll look at everything and I'm like, eh. They're also that's what they are to me. I don't know. Halbers has rated you before. You mean Hal? Hal? Good old Hal? Nact of Hal? Halbenact? Also dead game. But there's like Age of Sigmar. There's Age of the Sigmar. And I hear that has outsold all of Warhammer Fantasy Battle by now. Like it's super popular. But even then, I don't really like any of those factions either. I don't really care about any of this shit. I can't help it, man. Oh no, he's back. He'll know that I'm wearing his coat. He will know. Give me a second. I gotta. Here.
All right,
There.
all right. I'm back, and somebody redeemed Tall, which I thought was going to look super fucked up. I am surprised that somebody didn't redeem the Tall while we were doing the snake thing, while we were doing the snake thing, because people like doing that when I've got the sock for him, the tall and the sock,
Tall.
tall sock. And yeah, Nagi is a snake.
It is
Not,
true.
not a
That's the plumed serpent. It is I, truly.
Truly. So yes, this is
So now you have a proper wet palette.
a proper cheap ass wet palette.
No. This proper. That's good enough. It works.
Okay, so let me just move my water pots around so that they're where I want them to be. Okay, cool. Excellent. So you want me to use the silver?
Yes.
You want me to use the silver? And
No, dude, like homemade wet palettes are legit. They work. They actually work. Like
well,
don't
assuming that this
let
is not
anybody.
too waxy. This might be too waxy.
No, this is fine. It should curl up like this.
Okay.
I feel. This is normal, actually.
Okay. This is normal, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've deposited a bunch of this junk on here, and let's get it out, and then take some of the clean out the brush a little bit so I can do. And you say the contrast, the orange contrast.
Yeah. So like, if you mix like silver, like just silver metallic paint with an orange ink, it becomes a golden hue.
Okay.
I don't know how it'll work with this because this is like kind of sketchy alchemy right here. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing
but
stuff.
We'll see. We'll see what it makes. We'll see what we get. You have to add like 1 to 1, basically.
1
like
to 1. Okay.
One part. Yeah, 1 to 1.
I should have used less. Okay. That's still need more to be 1 to 1. Okay. Well, then let's see what happens. Swirl.
You get a reddish metallic, I guess.
Yeah, it looks pretty reddish to me. Who the?
It's because there's so much blue in this.
Yeah. Okay, looks like we are fucked.
Looks like we're goddamn fucked. Okay, no, it's fine.
It's fine. Question. What happens if we mix the existing bronze with the ice yellow?
I don't think that's gonna be good. You can try. Okay. You can try. But yeah, you can try.
Okay. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, let's do some
that's garbage. That's garbage. That does nothing.
I mean, it's not a bad metallic. It's like probably, just for the sheen.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And this is what the advantage of the Vallejo is. I can just.
Dude, you know what? The actual paint pots from Games Workshop are like unironically just engineered like
They're engineered to
like
dry out as
yeah,
miserably as possible. It's awful. I mean, it's better than when
it's
they used to be
actual
twist.
bullshit.
They used to be twist cap, which was way worse.
Really?
Yeah. So like
That's
the
crazy.
paint would get into the threads, and then you couldn't seal the paint pot anymore.
It's just planned obsolescence. It's just what it is.
Yeah, they're just assholes. You're right. That isn't very good.
Yeah, I told you. So we're gonna have to deal with what we got, I guess. So
Yeah.
usually my recommendation would have been you dry brush the Balthazar gold over everything. Then you dry brush the actual like old gold or whatever you have over everything that we don't have.
Mhm.
And then to get like a little bit of that knocked down, we can dry brush a silver because with like a more dustier dry brush with less moisture because that allows us to get a duller kind of metal. And then over that we can apply our verdigris. That would have been my strat. But
Okay.
we don't have anything. We can't we don't have anything. So we have to like make do. Right? We gotta just do the Balthazar gold strat.
Yeah, and also Tohu. Her name used to be Nagi Quetzali on this
Yes,
Twitch.
they changed it. I changed it.
I
It
was like,
was me.
yeah, I was like, I don't think that was their fault. I thought you did that one on purpose. So okay, so what
They
is
changed it. You know who I mentioned. No, I'm sorry. I'm
so
sorry.
so what's the strat? The strat here now is
So you're gonna do a dry brush of Balthazar Gold, right?
okay.
So have you ever done a dry brush before?
Probably, but I probably did it wrong. So let's give it.
Okay, so
Give it,
usually with the dry brush, you take an old brush that you don't care about,
yeah, this one's shit.
and so you actually saturate the bristles with the paint, and
Okay,
you take a paper towel that you have, and you wipe it off, and then you wipe it off. A lot of people test the dry brush, right? If it is actually to the specifications that they want on the back of their hand, right?
okay.
If it like slightly feels cool to the touch, and like if it just gets the top part of your skin, right? Like when you go over it.
So I did, but
And
I used up all the paint that was in it. So
okay, I see.
okay, so
And yes, and then you can work it into the miniature with like there's like different techniques here. You could do like a directional dry brush where you come specifically from one side and you want it to catch on like very specific edges, or you can do a circular motion, which is more like a which is more like a holistic kind of approach that gets more at all the surfaces and just ignores the innermost recesses, which is like probably what we want here,
okay, so,
right? Like we want
so I need to be better about being on the goddamn camera. It's just like weirdly to the left of where I expect it to be. Okay, so you say a circular motion.
yes, do like a circular motion, just brush it over there, right? Like with like the almost dry brush.
Is that about the right size of circles before I actually touch models of paint?
Yeah, sure. Like that's good. Like you can do even more. You can just
Okay.
like go wild with this. Like dry brush can be a very messy technique, yeah. But like you see how this works, right?
Yeah. Of course, this is the comedy of using such a shitty little brush.
I mean, it is a small brush, but it's what we got, right? Like
Yeah.
usually
My bigger brushes are actually kind of nice, weirdly.
what I like for dry brushing a model of this size is like a flat bristle brush, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you
like
know the
the
flat ones. And I like a number 6, number 5, number 6. Like,
oh,
and
that's
you
pretty
can
big, yeah.
buy the cheapest ones available, synthetic brushes, because it really doesn't matter.
'Cause that's
So that's usually.
like a number 6 is like I feel that's like makeup. That's not really for models as much, right?
No, that's for canvas painting.
Okay.
However, a lot of people also use like um different bronzer brushes or whatever
Yeah,
for
that's what I was thinking. I was like,
yes
bronzer.
for makeup for that. That's also I have like a lot of cheap makeup brushes that I just use for that. Or like old ones that I don't care about anymore. it's possible to like actually clean your dry brushes, but it's really hard. So you have to clean them almost the same way you clean real makeup brushes, where you put them in an ultrasonic cleaner, right?
Ah, yeah,
Because
the old, good old
yeah,
Sonic cleaner.
cleaning them by hand is a goddamn chore. You're never gonna win. The paint's too powerful. He'll always get you.
I miss Sonic heaters are freaking good. Those are some cool pieces of industrial tech that I have not had access to in a long time.
Dude, I like ultrasonic cleaners. I wanted to buy one because for 3D printing.
Yeah,
Because like they're good. But then like when you actually put the 3D printing stuff in there, you can't really use it for much other stuff because like
That
there's
stuff's
like the
poisonous as hell.
fluid and you don't want to throw it away, right? Like all the time. So yeah. So I might get a smaller one, just like for my, because it's also good for the airbrush, right? The airbrush is really really easy to
Mhm.
do that way, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I may have deposited too fucking thick on here, up here. Okay.
Yeah, you just load the brush and you dry it off again by rubbing it against the sink. Don't just tap it. You gotta rub it off.
Rub it.
Left, right, left, right.
Left, right. Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
was like, why
Yeah,
does this
this
fuck up
is
the
why
brush?
it destroys the
I was like,
bristles.
why does this
Okay.
destroy the bristles? This is like, I'm like, this
Yeah,
just
that's
feels like I'm
why
just
it
using less
destroys
paint.
the bristles.
I was going
And
crazy. I'm
that
like, this just
also,
feels like I'm just using less paint. I just feel like
yeah,
I'm.
that's like
I feel like I'm just
you,
deloading.
yeah. You have to like, so dry brushing is usually a technique that originally comes from the tank nerds, right? That do tank stuff. And what this does is it puts like a dusty layer over your vehicles usually, but it's also usable for other techniques.
And here we're using it for like a secondary layer. The
Yes,
layer
for
two.
weathering,
Oh,
right? Like
damn.
the good old weathering techniques.
I completely forgot to deload the brush before I put on that one. Correcting as much as I can. Whatever. That part will just come out looking shiny. Okay. No, way too
It
much.
feels like you're not cleaning this brush off enough.
I think I'm not.
I mean, obviously, I'm not there in person, but like, I'm just saying.
I
I'm
think I'm
just
not.
saying.
I think I'm not.
So, in fact, like dry brushing is often like you really need to work this thing often to actually get the paint on. It shouldn't be that easy.
Okay, so I am okay. I am under deloading it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So I basically just wrecked a brush to just paint it normally for a minute there. Like a dingus. Okay. Did not understand
No,
this side to
that's
side.
fine.
That was no, I mean we're learning. We're learning. This is why I kind of grabbed the shittiest of my gluing jobs, and that's why we got 12 of them, right? This is why we got 12 of them. Okay, so and other than the sword, that's all the metal parts. Is it worth even dry
You
brushing the sword?
want the
Because it's just
sword to be bronze as well?
yeah, but is it worth even doing the dry brushing on it because it's just a flat surface?
It's not really that worth. You can just like paint it however you want. You can stipple it too, like if you want it to be a little bit more rusty, right? But like
Remember that I am
I'm
baby.
sorry if I use words. I
Yeah,
don't know what
what
kind of.
stipple mean?
Yeah, I
In this
don't know what
context?
kind of what you understand, right? So the stippling techniques. So stippling refers to actually, using your brush with a dotting motion, right? Like
Okay.
should you just touch it with the tip, right, and like leave a little dot of paint behind. That's like the stippling technique. You know what I mean? You can use it to give a lot of texture to your models. You can like modulate how nice your transitions are. Like it's pretty good. Right?
Okay. Excellent.
There's also stippling techniques that don't use brushes at all. I have seen people doing stippling techniques with um toothpicks. With
Oh, tooth.
toothpicks,
Oh,
right?
I thought you were saying
And
Q-tips, but yeah, toothpicks.
and
Okay.
and also yeah, Q-tips also and sponge. The sponge stippling is very common, where people just have like a little bit of sponge and they rip off a piece, they put it in like a pair of tweezers, they put it in the paint and then like stipple on the sponge texture, right? That's a good classic technique.
That's I mean that's how people do I know that's how people do the like stars on their nail art. With the
Indeed.
sponge.
The
Okay.
spongy.
Okay.
In
So
fact, I have seen people before use nail art tools for models also.
I mean,
Pretty interesting.
makes sense to me. Makes total sense to me. Oh, coming off very quietly at times. Hold on. Actually, I have a suspicion that I know what it is, and it's the worst option of them all, which is that I think that OBS is deciding that my voice is noise if I talk for too long in one segment.
It's just deciding to do
It's like
that
shut
background noise.
the
That
fuck up, dude.
terrible background noise in the back.
Like, dude,
I
you're yapping too
hear it.
much. All right. That's supposed to be a vambrace.
Are you also gonna do the pauldron and the shield?
Yes, they are not in my hands right now.
The,
I'll have to get them.
the question is like shields in ancient Roman times, they were made of wood.
Yeah.
There's no way. Yeah, but these shields are like bronze
They're
slabs. It's
huge.
fucking crazy.
They're
It's insane.
wild. Hold on, let me pull this thing out. I'll pull up so there. So this is one of the shields, and let me grab a pauldron while I'm thinking about it. So this is the goddamn shield. And so first of all,
Holy shit, dude. That's like worse than like the great shields from World of Warcraft.
first of all,
Damn.
not a scutum at all. It's a Thereos.
It's not.
It's just a Greek shield. It's a Greek medium infantry shield. And second of all, this is so I think this is partially a concession just to like the materials technology underlying the whole thing. This thing is so thick. Right?
It's like fucking
So it's
damn.
literally at the edge it is thicker than his closed fist. So it's that
like a
thickness.
3-inch shield.
It's that thick. It's that fucking thick. Do you know how thick a shield is at the edge? An actual shield is at the edge? It's like
not very.
It's like 3
Like,
millimeters. Like,
yeah. Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
like this is insane. And like so the part that is
I mean, he has undead strength, I guess.
I mean, it's a thing that like is a result of like movie props, right? There's like a movie prop result that like they have to make them.
It's also probably that it looks better. Like a lot of like miniatures, right? Like they exaggerate certain features because they look better on the table. That way.
Yeah. No, and that's
so
fair
like
as well.
the proportions of them are also all messed up, right? So
yeah,
because they look better that way.
But it's just I just feel like it's kind of worth noting. Like a Roman shield would go would cover about as high as this guy's shield is covering, but then all the way down to like the ankles. If I'm wandering off camera, then like all the way down to the ankles. Like it would be like way longer, but also what like 1/25 as thick. like
I wonder if you can get 3D printed actual Roman shields.
I'm sure. I'm sure like Victrix has like more authentic looking Roman shields. Because Victrix is like a more. This is not historical, right? This is fantasy.
Of course.
And as mentioned, this is not a scutum; it's a Thereos. So yeah, like no wonder this guy has to have these fucking plate metal skirts. He can't cover up his thighs with his shield, right? Like, all right.
Very strange decision.
Very strange decision. So and also like Hollywood kind of gives you the impression that like they make shields out of like 2x4s, which one they don't.
2x4.
Yeah. That a shield is just like a wagon wheel, an unspoked wagon wheel that you just like put a strap on. Oh, and actually this is another.
It's like a table surface that you get from the hardware store. And they put like a strap on that.
Yeah. So
it's a kitchen work surface.
When they are made of wood, they are also faced with cloth. As a
rule.
generally faced with cloth. And also, this is just like a small aside, just because it's me being a nerd. Uh, this isn't this doesn't make any sense. Just like a total nerd moment here. Nagi, do you know what the fuck this thing is?
Where what? I can't see it.
Uh,
Oh, it's the I forgot what it's called, but that's like the deflecting thingy.
it's the boss.
Yes, the boss.
So
But it's
part
like weird. It's not even it's not even a hemisphere, really.
yeah, well, I mean, part of the reason why you have a boss is like a big metal raised bump on the front of a shield.
Yes, so you can deflect.
Yeah, it deflects away, and it also has an important value, which is it gives you a good place to like hit somebody with it.
Yeah, you can shield bash them.
But the other part about it, and this is part of like what the like, so Roman shields are not arm strap shields. So like this guy's shield, right, is clearly intended to be mounted here. Like this is the mount point.
Yes, to the arm.
It's intended to be
The
mounted.
Roman shields, you had to like take them on your with your fist, right?
Yep,
Like with your
yep,
hand.
yep. The boss is to cover up a handle. The boss is to cover up a handle. So like your fist is right behind the boss, which makes it easier to punch people. Yeah, no, the boss is covering where the arm straps would be. It's covering arm straps. It's bizarre. Which is again like it's like a very Hollywood way of doing things. Like Hollywood shields are like this all the time. So like this is like kind of a result of like the fiction of it following from fiction rather than from history, which is neat. I just think that's kind of neat. But yeah, the Roman shields were designed to look like you could punch people with them.
Punch!
Pow! Um, you think that the shield is a safe spot, but no, punch.
The
So
shield's never safe.
yeah, the shield is never safe.
That's like number one mistake.
Yeah. So we have put on a metal layer and a
Classic blunder.
brown layer.
Okay, so now
Mhm.
we're gonna do another dry brush, but with the seal bar on top to dial this down a bit.
The
However,
the what?
and here's the challenge: you take the gunmetal gray, right,
Mhm.
and do another dry brush on top of this. But the challenge here is
Actually,
dry
do the
brush
dry.
less.
What was that?
You need to like dry brush less. You need to only really, really catch like really, really dusty, really, really like almost no paint that comes off from the brush, so that you just like change a little bit what the actual result looks like. So you can get a little bit more of a dull kinda
Okay, hold on.
bronze
So I
color.
need to load this thing up, get it into the core of the brush,
Mm-hmm.
get a little bit deeper in there, and then fuck up my brush
Even more.
even more than it was before because I did a bad job on that last time.
I don't
And
think that's enough.
okay, you don't think it's enough, or you do think it's enough?
No, I don't think
I
that's
don't think it is
enough.
either because it came off really easily on my skin.
It looks better now.
Barely came off on my skin.
Yes, so now you
Barely.
use that. And you just yeah, that's a good place to start is on these.
Should I be
Yeah.
doing this
Or
directional or just wherever?
yeah, just like do it like up down, up down, up down,
Up down.
over the whole thing at once, right?
Okay.
And you can see that like you get a little bit of a dulling effect, and you just want to like get all of this like a little bit on everything, right? Not just a tiny little dusting of seal bar, right? You know what I mean?
Pretty. Okay, I think I'm getting a little bit genuinely hard to tell because I am.
Yeah, no, it's very subtle. You gotta like actually just do it over everything, or like do it over the half of the entire model, and check if there's a difference. There is, right? It
Yeah,
just
there
looks
is. There's.
different. So yeah, now you do that over everything,
Uh,
and that's
um, hello, Scaldy. Welcome in. And yeah, kind of an old timey boxing glove. Yeah, I guess so, Cam. I guess it is kind of tacky.
it's sticking super well. Well, it's what you expect. It's paint. It's
Yeah,
paint.
he's
It's made to stick.
he's paint. Okay, let's fuck my shit up. And then okay, and the other skirt. These plate skirts are ridiculous.
I like them. They're funny.
They're funny. It's especially funny that they have the articulating going downwards.
Yes, that's weird as hell.
It's like it makes sense for them to be going downwards if they're like above
Because like
your
they would
chest.
be like if they hit them, they would get caught with the blade in them.
It also means that like the parts where the blade can slip into are the parts that are the most exposed.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like a fucking total catch for blades.
Yeah, like the exact opposite. It's like how like that thing about like the boob plate. Like the thing about boob plate that's like, yeah, you want to really direct the blows to your most to like the part you're trying to protect the most.
No, you don't want the boot blade. You want like the whole thing to be rounded off.
Yeah, no, and
Yeah.
like female reenactors who like work with plate metal are just like, yeah, you can just wear a plate harness over your boobs. Like
Easy.
your boobs are smushy. Like
Boobs are known to squeeze.
yes.
From all the things that squeeze, those are certainly some. They are known to do.
Yeah.
That's true.
They are boobs famously not rigid.
Famously, very, very like gelatinous and
Liquidy.
formable.
Okay, that actually did look a lot better.
Okay, so now you see we have this more like antique look going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me get the face.
And
well.
also, dry brushing is cool because it's a really fast technique. You have no drying waiting time. You have like it goes real fast. You have to have like minimal brush control skills. It's pretty good. You just need to know how and when to use it.
And of course, as I've been telling you, Nagi, I don't care about speed. You know, I'm here for I'm here for a long time, not a good time. Over here at the Old Man channel.
But can it be long time, good time?
Cause rent's too high in this economy. A long time and a good time in this economy.
Okay, so now that we have this, right?
Yes.
Now, what we can do is we're gonna make ourselves the verdigray.
Okay.
The verdigray. So I personally, like a lot of people, they just do this with a one and done scene, but I personally like to do like a 2-stage approach with the verdigray. So,
Okay.
so here's my recommendation, right?
Right.
So you get out of your greens.
Okay, let's pull up the
and
greens.
your blues. Both the greens and the blues.
Okay, let's move around some of these paints a little bit so I've got some space to work with so Nagi can see what the hell we're looking at here.
Let's get some ice blue and some Niagara of Night. And the ghost green is going to be very important, I feel.
The ghost green, so I got ghost green and whoop.
Do we have like an emerald kind of green too?
Here are the other 3 greens. I don't know if any of them qualify as emerald in your eyes. And also, of course, obviously, we're fighting the OBS and Discord color correction. So
let's get the middle one.
This one?
Yes, let's
Second
get
lightest.
that. Okay,
looks pretty emerald green to me, but what do I know? I am simply a dumb guy.
Hey Wendy,
hey,
welcome
Wendy.
to the what's your stream called? What do you call your stream?
I just call it class.
Welcome to class.
Welcome to painting class, yeah, with guest lecturer Nagi.
Yeah, it's me. You will address me as Professor Nagi.
Professor Katsali.
Professor
Katsali. Have a good night, Emperor's Armpits. And yeah, Scaldy, it's non-functional. It's very non-functional. But yes, so we've got these 2 greens and we got these 2 blues.
I shall see you later, Emperor Armpits. I'll have you know.
Emperor's Armpits.
That now that the info hazard got you, it's over. Anyway. So here's how we should do this, I feel, right? Like we should do like a 2-step verdigreasing. So you know that the verdigris has like this seafoam color, right? Like usually it's like the classic Japanese Aoi color that it has, right?
Okay.
So I would do this in 2 steps. So we're gonna like do the opposite of dry brushing here. We're gonna use some wet techniques now.
Yay, wet.
And yes.
Time for the moist.
And so the 2 steps are gonna be, first of all, we're gonna get like a darker-ish green, right? Like the one that you have there.
Sick green.
And yes, sick green.
Ascaroso. All right.
So I would mix the sick green with like a little bit of the Negro of Night to get a little bit more of a blue green going.
Okay. So I'm gonna put this down on.
I do have a doctorate in bitchin'. This is true. Also, professor is a honorific title that I get from the state of the United States of America for my life's work of bitching all the time. I'm so glad that I've finally been recognized. Anyway,
All right. So
so do
and you said a
some
little bit.
Niagara.
You said a little.
Yeah, add a little bit to get like a little bit of a blue green effect going. You know.
You said the Nagaroth Knight, not the Thunderhawk.
Nah, use the Nagaroth Night.
Okay.
It's like that's a better one. I feel it has more saturation.
The more saturated blue, actually, we should probably say, because the Nagaroth Knight's actually purple, and we're getting ourselves confused here.
Is it purple?
Nagaroth
I can't
Knight.
see.
Purple.
Bro, I can't. It is.
Purple.
Okay, no. Well, in that case, get McCrag blue.
The ultramarine blue.
Yes, the ultramarine blue.
The color that was named after the Space Marine chapter that was named after a color that they had to rename the color on for reasons.
Did you know that the ultramarines are based on the ancient Romans?
I mean, I thought kind of the whole thing was
Loosely. No, the ultramarines are specifically the ancient Romans. Well, like the Alpha Legion are the Greeks.
I thought Alpha Legion were based on the idea of like, what if you were just wrong about everything?
Yes, that too. But they have
Alpha
literally
Legion's fine.
their honor guard is literally called the Leonian Terminators. Right?
Nice.
This is because the Hydra.
Yeah.
Dominators. But yeah, so now we have like a little bit of a blue-green kind of thing. And now
that doesn't look very blue-green to me. I was gonna add a little bit more.
yeah, dude, just add a little bit more. If you like more, you like more. Like if you want, we want to hit like that dark verdigris color, right?
Okay, that's getting a little bit better.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Okay.
So our next step is, since verdigris actually the way that it appears in nature is like in this weird kind of fucking coffee stain pattern where water collects, we're just gonna take advantage of that. So now we're gonna water this down, right?
Okay.
Pretty significantly. Like do like a 50-50 water mix, right?
I mean, this is part of the advantage of doing this straight on the like
On
that.
the wet palette, yeah.
Just peel back a little bit.
I always have a needle applicator bottle. The
that
lab
would be
bottle.
cool to have, but that would also cost me more money, and I'm very cheap, and I'm getting annoyed.
Very cheap.
Getting annoyed about
Okay, so you add that, and now we want like in all the recesses here, like where you want the verdigris to show, just like paint it in the recesses, right? And you can be a bit more liberal with this, just like everywhere you want the actual corrosion to be. Like it's probably gonna be all in the deepest recesses, and then it randomly just drips out and like is on some of the armor panels. However corroded you want this guy to be, right?
Okay, I put on way too much on that first plate, so I'll try to be a little bit more controlled.
Do you have matte medium?
No. I don't.
Varnish?
You've seen all the shit I've got, man.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Chat, do you know if Lamian medium is matte? Probably not, because it's from Games Workshop and their colors are shiny as fuck. But so yeah.
No, I've got the colors I got.
Yeah, adding some Lamian medium might also be good because you want here the finish contrast where the what you're applying right now is relatively matte versus the metallic sheen, right? Of the thing, because like IRL it's the same thing, right? The corrosion is always matte. It's not shiny.
Yeah, because it's corrosion. That's how corrosion do. Okay, and let's get to around here. Okay, yeah, I did need more water on this one. Did not have enough water. These very weird
If you
insect
have
tentacles.
enough water, so like there's like also the technique of adding just a little bit of dish soap to the water or whatever other chemical you want to add to like break the surface tension is very important also. It helps you for this to flow into the recesses better. And however, here with this, it's probably better not to do it because you actually want the weird, the water rings and the coffee stains, weird effects, right? Like that this makes, because that's what the corrosion looks like.
Yeah. I'm just gonna de-deposit some of it off because that's one of those things that happens with the water tension, right? It's like it's too I think it's too bubbly. It's all bubbly. Let's get a bit in there. And
There's all kinds of specialty products you can buy to make this effect happen. Even Games Workshop has like, I forgot what it's called, nitric oxide or whatever is their technical paint that does exactly this. Right? I don't think it's very good. I'm gonna be real, but it's like specifically for this. There's other like verdigris deposits, enamel effects, and then there's like people have been taking to like using effects made for filmmaking for models. There's like rust paint that people use in like movie props that is being sold under like it's called Dirty Down or whatever. It's like the brand of like weathering materials that you can buy. They also have it in they still have it in movie prop sizes where you get a whole canister. It's fucking funny as hell.
That rocks.
Yeah. But
That
it's
rocks.
that is
I'm
like
into that.
you just apply it and it automatically makes all the texture of the verdigris and stuff. So people like it a lot. But like this is more like the traditional technique right now, which is like it's nice. It has a different kind of effect.
Okay, I think I got it to actually look kind of okay on the back. Looks like absolute ass on this skirt. Looks okay on this one.
You live, you learn.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Okay.
Is that it? Did you do it?
That's there's a little bit more I could do. But yeah, over here is I didn't
So
get
after
that.
that, we'll not need to let it dry because I was informed that you don't own a hairdryer. I
That's
was like,
correct.
oh yeah, right. I should ask him if like it's not a given that any given person of the male configuration owns a hairdryer.
Well, the good news
I
is
was
that
like, oh yeah, I see.
the good news is that we haven't done the pauldrons or the other two.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, so you can do that
yeah, I can do that.
in the meantime.
So this one, let's
What do you want? Maybe a pauldron is different for interest. Maybe it's like painted. Did they have a paint armor
Yeah.
in ancient Rome?
Yeah. Usually they try to polish it as much as possible, because it was generally
I
seen.
kind of feel like having a shoulder pad be like a different color is pretty cool, right? Like
It does have a decoration on it, as part of the model. On this.
you know what? In that case, I think we should do the metal as normal and then paint the decoration some cool color, some striking color, whatever you think is cool.
Well, what's going to be the most striking against our current backgrounds? It's going to be either blue or purple, right?
I mean,
Or yellow, actually. Yellow is going to be stand out really hot, right?
what? Yes. What do you think? What was like? What's a good? What is this thing actually? What is the embellishment? I couldn't see it.
Oh, it's like
What does it?
it's actually kind of. I think it's like a serpentine motif.
It's the serpent.
Let's see if we can get it to focus. Focus.
So
Focus.
like the best possible like thing would be like I feel orange.
There we go. Wait, hold on.
Orange would be pretty good. You also don't have a lime green, so we can't do that, sadly. But yeah, orange would be pretty good. You have like the orange.
Yes, very orange. Very orange.
So yes, red and then orange. Maybe.
So we're going to do the fucked up dry brushing technique again.
Yes.
Okay. So bronze first, then silver.
Fucked up and evil dry brush.
Yeah, they fucked up an evil dry brush. The dry
Man,
brush that's wanted in
it's
4
so
states.
evil.
Why do I keep doing that? This is also kind of funny to me because like so a roommate of mine who moved out.
Yeah.
So he's no longer my roommate. I still like the guy. Like he got really into mini painting for a
Uh-huh.
while we were roommates. And like his concern when he was like, "Oh, you're using like a wet palette technique," which Emperor's Armpits kind of got me introduced on, and it was working better before. Uh, and his thing was like, "Oh, so that's gonna like save a ton of money on paint."
It will.
Uh, I just was like, so I don't know, like with the way like I am doing things, like the way all my paint is going to be destroyed is going to be I'm going to either spill it or it's going to dry out.
Dude, just put it into dropper bottles. I told you the transfer loss is less than the
Yeah,
actual loss that you have when it dries out.
I just mean like I'm never gonna get through these pots of paint at the rate that I paint.
Yeah, of course, but you'll have them forever that way, and if not, they just dry out, and then Games Workshop laughs all the way to the bank.
It's true.
Because they're fuckers.
They are fuckers.
They are.
They are
They're
fuckers.
British.
They are British.
It's crazy.
Even worse. I think it's really crazy that Games Workshop is one of like 2 successful British companies that exist at this point in history.
Actually, I checked out today, right? Like, what the biggest companies in Europe are, like revenue-wise, because for like a writing project that I'm working on that you know about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just for inspiration of what kind of companies could exist in my setting, right?
Yeah.
And there's some others, but most of the companies are like finance, insurance, and oil,
Yeah.
petrol. Right, like that's the only stuff that actually most of Europe is like finance, petrol. There's some retail grocery stores on there.
Were you counting DuPont as Petro?
I think so.
Okay, because I would count them as General Chemicals, but yeah.
There's also like like some just say conglomerate or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not quite sure they have multiple.
Yeah, there's fucking
But yeah,
European Zaibatsu.
there's not very many, right? Like
Mhm.
very many other things. Like for example, there's Siemens, which is like
Yeah, we know
a big
Siemens.
electronics manufacturer, right?
Not what they are most famous for in these United States, but yes, they do make electronics. Uh,
You know
they're
what I find funny?
yeah.
So like I have a hairdryer, right? Like
Mm.
we just talked about it. And my hairdryer, you know who makes those? Remington.
Nice, nice. Speaking of,
Remington.
I mean,
Yeah.
the main company that was involved in the Holocaust from the U.S. side was IBM,
I
which
see.
is
Yeah, that's a classic.
which is still a big one. Still a big one these days. But yeah, one of those things that I really liked was that it's like Britain constantly is having like shit fights over fishing rights, right? Like it's like a thing that they're
Yes,
constantly.
fishing rights are like insanely important international political affairs, apparently.
Yeah, so the entire British fishing industry combined employs fewer people and contributes less GDP than Games Workshop by itself.
The Games Workshop is like
It's actually really
insane to
big.
me. It's insane to me how like popular that shit is. It's crazy. And
I so like I'm an old, right? So like I grew up on like second edition Warhammer. Was like what I remember.
fantasy Warhammer or like
Warhammer
40K
Fantasy I
Warhammer.
mostly played like 5th and 6th. So like I was like first and second 40K, but not Rogue Trader. I'm not old enough for that one. I wasn't around for that one, I should say. Um, and so the part about this that's crazy to me is like, as far as I can tell, Games Workshop has made like the majority of all of its sales forever in the last like 5 years.
Yes.
Like, there's one
There
of those things.
was
It's
th-
wild to me. Like,
I
especially like
have this
yeah,
problem with like Games Workshop stuff that I feel like it makes more and more sales as its quality goes down.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
you know what
yeah.
I mean? Like we have discussed this before,
Yeah, we have.
but it is basically
Our total lack of
impossible.
respect for the
It's
Primaris.
basically impossible to make Warhammer 40K's actual actual backstory and the universe worse. It's like
Mhm.
every single change that you would make just makes it better.
Yeah, yeah.
It's absolutely
There's
it's fucking
only up.
crazy.
There's only up to go. There's only upwards.
And like a lot of the stuff that people enjoy about it is purely like going on in their heads. Like
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
like people are actually like ignoring the real actual stuff that is produced, the media that is produced for what they
Oh, no,
what,
like,
and I mean,
all of the stuff that I thought was cool about Space Marines was all headcanon. I'm still, like, mad about
yeah,
learning
of
this.
course.
It's like
100%.
like
100 all
100% all the
headcanon.
cool stuff I thought. Everything I thought was cool was all
And
headcanon.
that's true for basically anything in the entirety of the universe. It's all headcanon.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Like some person mentioned some stuff in one author that wrote one book for them 15 years ago mentioned it in an offhand comment. And now everybody's like, "Oh, it's real. It's real. It's official
Meanwhile,
lore."
like, I do gotta say, like, credit for on the canon stuff. This is like old canon. This is not like remotely new canon. Some of the old Space Marine stuff is just Tom of Finland art,
Mhm.
which like that's based, right? Like that's. Oh, thank you for the follow of over an 8. Uh, uh, are you hearing my alert sounds?
I am.
Nice, nice. Yeah, you're not actually hearing the viewers' music then, unless you're listening to the stream like a lunatic.
I'm not hearing that now.
Yeah.
I'm just hearing ding.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I just tell people I prefer my own headcanon and Warhammer 40K. They can write whatever they want. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, yeah. VO is how we're supposed to say that, not Vovern.
No, I think it was Vovern. I always say Vovern.
Ah. Mix said hello VO, so I was like, oh, am I saying this wrong? Am I saying this wrong? Okay, so we did the verdigris on that one as well. Got through the verdigris layer on that one. Looks dry to me.
Dry? Okay, so now we're gonna do this again, but with a second pass, and now we're just gonna use the ghost green instead, like that we watered down. Yeah, pure ghost green. And now don't put on as much. Only put it like more into like the center areas where you put the earlier one, right? So that we get like where a lot of this collects, it looks more white, which often happens with this kind of stuff.
Okay. So only in the deeper recesses. Water it down.
Yeah, just only inside the other.
Okay. Water it down a little bit more. And
that's a lot.
It's seeping. It's seeping. You can see it seeping. We're okay.
That's still a lot. You should have I think you applied like a ton of it.
Okay, so water it down.
You can wick some away though. Just use the paper towel. Just use the wick it away with the yes, easy. GG easy.
Okay. I will say that I am getting a little. I will need to take a break shortly.
Do not worry.
Because of man.
That's okay. That's okay.
That I missed. Which is
I'm also getting kind of hungry, so I will make myself some foods.
Yes, I think we will be taking a.
My kitchen is still messed up from when my dishwasher exploded.
That was like today, so like.
Yeah, that was today. Don't worry, it's also that.
Mhm. Hello, Yaiden. Hello, Yaiden. Yaidenson.
Jidden. Yidden.
Okay, I'm gonna have to just screw to this one. I actually have to wake that one up a little
What
bit.
happened? My dishwasher broke, and it was like leaking water into its own chassis, and in addition onto the floor. Also,
All right. That sounds like it's time for both me and the Snick to take a few minutes break. Uh, enjoy the fan art gallery, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Tohu, I will.
bye-bye!
Tohu, that was such
Oh
terrible
no, you
time.
became Sock.
That was
Just
such
before you
terrible
went.
timing. That was such terrible timing. I
Now
will
you're
redo it. I
spam.
will restart it when I get back. I will restart when I get back. I'll be
It's
back.
10 minutes. They
Yeah,
don't
but I'm gonna.
deserve it anyway.
It's gonna get. Yeah, it's gonna get eaten by the by us being away because the timer will still run while we're away. So I'll just restart it when we come back. All right.
ago.
And we're back. And we're back. And we're back. Okay, so.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Okay, so I was trying to get a little bit of this lighter green. You know what?
Just within the recesses.
Just within the
In the like where most of the corrosion pools, so to speak, is where it gets like more whitish.
Yeah. Thin it down a lot.
I feel thinning it like you do in the brush is like bad for control, but like
It does seem to be affecting the control in a negative way. I figured it was mostly just like.
Yeah, I feel it's kind of bad for control, but what can you do? Who is the guest star? It is I, the Nagi.
Yes. Hello, Ubume.
Hey,
Yeah, this is my Yeah, you can show off more of your model if you'd like.
there you go.
Nagi.
Wait, can I wait, what? I'm gonna go to the other side. I'm gonna be here. No, wait, I can't.
I figured how this works. No, that's not. I don't want to do that. That's bad. That's bad.
You know how this works? You make your window exactly the canvas resolution or aspect ratio. Then you make it over the entire canvas. Then I can go wherever I please.
Well, no, what I did was I specifically cut it out for stupid reasons. There, you can go further now. Oh.
There. I shall exist in this corner.
And.
Okay, this is my corner.
Yeah, this is your corner. Of course, I moved myself over here because that lets me play around with that's for playing around with the balance of everything on screen purposes.
No!
Hold on, I think I can give you a little more space. But it's not. That's as far as I can give you. Now it's maxed out.
Why did you make it like this?
Oh no! I mean, if I could show you in VTubes in OBS why I did this. She just sees the OBS preview, but no, it's so that the VTS redeems don't screw up when switching between the chatting screen and the live screen. Because otherwise, if I just do it the normal way, I'm like this, right? See how much of the live screen I'm covering up? It sucks. Garbage. Nobody wants this.
That's strange.
Yeah.
Very strange, my man.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm doing more things on the OBS side than on the VTS side is a lot of what's happening. Which is why you get smushed, is because it's an OBS. That's an OBS side effect, not a VTube Studio side effect. The small and the tall.
Small.
I love the small and the tall. I think they're amazing. This was the side I did a worse job on just because I didn't water it down enough. Yeah. You need to clean up. This is the reason why I don't like having everything pre-assembled. Is now I can't get in here.
I mean, it depends, right? Like sometimes it's better to keep some things off.
Yeah.
But often it doesn't really matter that much.
Oh yeah, and it makes other things a total pain in the neck.
Usually what you can't get is like already like in the shadow. And ambient occlusion is very powerful, right? Even in real life, right? Like you can't see what's happening in the shadow anywhere.
Because it's shadow, and that's how light works, and how perception works.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Shadow the Hedgehog. They took away his guns apparently in the remake. Very, very sad fact.
Why would they do that? That doesn't even make sense to me.
I feel that's like anti-gun propaganda. So I'm not even gonna start. I'm not even gonna start. Make that joke. Okay, so
It's I don't even know what to say about it. Like what's even the point, right? Like why did you include this guy? Right? Like are they gonna take away Han Solo's guns next?
yeah, dude, Han Solo, he didn't even shoot first.
He didn't
He
even shoot first.
practiced gun safety.
Hello nutcase. Hello nutcase. Actually, I just realized I forgot to do the verdigris on his Greaves entirely. I just completely missed it. Just whiffed. So gotta go back and redo.
Oh, I thought the Greaves were like leather boots or whatever.
The sandals should be, but the Greaves themselves should be metal. They look
But
metallic.
he's going in his chanclas? What the hell? My man going fighting in the chanclas.
Yeah. I didn't even oh my goodness, I didn't even dry brush them. I feel like a dingus. We gotta go back multiple steps here. Oh my goodness. I am the dingbat here. I am the dingbat. I am small. I'm small. I'm small and wide. You don't see the difference? Look how wide I am. Look how short I am.
Wide L happy.
That's small Almantas. Yeah, yeah. You should see what happens when they do tall. That's wait. I didn't get that. I didn't mess that up enough. Gotta mess it up harder. Gotta mess it harder. Yeah. I'm about I'm like what 25 centimeters taller than you.
Yes. He just is that tall.
Yeah. It was actually I still remember you specifically saying that it was based more on my PNG though that I was like a level 6 giant.
The level 6 giant. Yeah, very powerful.
Yeah. And I was talking with EG about it the other day that like particularly on my PNG I am like 12 heads tall. Oh yeah, dude, thank you. I was like I thought I had done that and then I guess then Restream betrayed me. Restream betrayed me.
It betrayed me. It becomes potato.
At Nagi.
What?
I'm changing the stream title. We've got a lot of the Almantas pun that I really want to use. That's like my dumbest idea by far. Is Almantas, AWL.
Almantas?
Like a lot of people have made
All?
the AOWL Montas.
You want to be an all?
But yeah, an all would be funny. An all would be funny. Yeah. Just
He had Almantas.
I think just replacing my head with an all would be really funny.
Call mantas.
Yeah. Calmantas. Yeah, yeah.
Ball mantas. No.
Kari proposed like my name backwards and was like, but what does that mean? But what does that mean? What would that do? Yeah, a lot of people think I'm very owly. So an owl
I can
Montas.
see it.
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
see
The eyebrows. The eyebrows do a lot of the work. The eyebrows are doing a lot of the work there. Was that you?
What, the hoot?
Yeah. Okay, that was you.
That was me.
I was like,
That was me.
I was like, is that a Windows error message? Oh no, Ubume, it's much worse. There was no the reference sheet was all like Uncle Iroh. I didn't make like any owl references. It was just like something about my aura came across as so owl-like to my artist that he just did it. That he just did it. He was like, what is old and dorky if not an owl? That's what I told him.
Maybe a mole.
A mole,
Could be
yeah.
old and dorky. Or a badger.
Oh, a badger. Yeah, badger's pretty
What
good.
a badger? Badger's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the trouble there is it's not a furry, so. Like, I just like don't know I don't know like how furries conceive of the world, and I don't want to like
That's true. Turtle. Turtle could be.
turtles pretty good. I still remember a guy in that I knew when I was younger. So I was like when I was like a teenager, who like there was just this universal consent among everybody. Universal assent is probably the better word. Uh,
Mhm.
that he looked like a turtle.
What?
Yes, dude just looked like a turtle. And it
I've
was
heard of people be like, okay, he looks like like fucking what is this, like Abraham Lincoln looking like a chimpanzee or whatever the hell.
yeah.
I understand that, okay, because like there's like some kind of between humans and the monkeys. There's like some kind of commonality there, but a turtle, right?
Well, I mean,
A turtle.
it is worth saying that we do say that about Americans say that about Mitch McConnell, famous Republican.
Mitch McConnell. Let me Google that shit.
Yeah, yeah. So you can see what Americans think a turtley man looks like. Um, but this
What?
guy, it was really fucked up because he looked very turtle. He looked very turtley. Not this is not Mitch McConnell. I'm talking about a guy I knew in high school. He looked very turtley. We could all agree that he looked like a turtle. But the weird thing is that like he was hot.
It's the way that he smiles
It's
that
the way that he
looks like a
smiles. I think
turtle.
it's the way that he smiles. This guy
With
that we knew
Mitch
in
McConnell, it's
yeah.
like it feels like he's like his jaw is held on with like fucking duct tape or whatever. He could be a zombie. Yeah, it's hard to say.
He is one of the most joyless looking motherfuckers out there. It's
He
true.
doesn't look like he looks like he's pretending to be human.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I don't like the guy, so it's easy for me to say that. But yeah, I think
He's absolutely a corpse.
not soon enough.
Oh man.
uh, oh man. But yeah, it was just so weird. The way this guy was like, oh, we all agree that he looks like an owl, but also he's hot. Oh geez, don't shit me with Mitch McConnell. Let's see. The owl from Winnie the Pooh, the Duolingo. You didn't list the owl from Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, that's a good owl.
Yeah,
Is
arguably
there an owl in like the never ending story?
I don't remember. I remember like nothing about the Neverending Story. I don't know why that one's like has like left no impact on me somehow. Uh, um, we already do that, Arc Florist. We already do that, Kirill. See, Kirill's very cool because Kirill knows like Kirill's a million times more artistically inclined than me. The Orc Florist.
We're normal.
We're normal again, yeah.
We've been healed from the white curse.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes. Now we can be tall. Yeah.
No, the long curse.
The long curse. No, Orc Florist is Kirill. He's
Problem is now I'm in the way.
he's much gayer. The snake and the owl. Snake and the owl. Two of those animals that like I don't think humans are normally that worried about. They're not like wolves or elephants or something that like actually kills a shitload of people.
People are pretty worried about snakes, though.
They do.
They're like unnaturally worried
Yeah.
about snakes.
Yeah, something about the lack of legs.
I don't know. There's like people they think snake is scary. I don't get it. It's weird.
I think anything that moves in a way that you're not used to things moving freaks you out.
Snake is usually pretty easy to deal with because it just doesn't want anything to do with you, so you just leave it alone. I'm scared of trousers. I can't help you with that one, bro. Like you gotta sort that one out yourself. I don't know.
Especially funny coming from her of all people. It's just pretty sure she is just lying. You can measure the horror. Hello, Ramune. You can measure the horror of a creature.
Attraction and horror are like two things that are very close together. I guess so. You never know. You never know how they're like mentally put together.
I think that in a lot of cases it just kind of comes down to the fact that fear and sexual arousal are strong feelings. I think it just kind of
Well,
come. I think I think it's a lot of it.
I'm a move because nobody can see what you're doing. They
Yeah.
don't know.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna move the camera. If I keep on thinking that the camera is like 6 inches to the left of where it is, I
Just
can
move
move
it
it to the
then.
right.
Move it, forehead, right?
Yeah, I could just move it. You only have fear, only gay fear. Only the gay fear. Okay, that one I don't know if I can do a lot with right now. Okay, so we've done the 2 layers of verdigris on this guy. What are we doing next? What are we doing next?
So how do you feel about the armor so far?
I feel the armor's pretty good. I feel like I've screwed up a couple points that are largely brush control failures on my part. Um, Notably the first layer of verdigris on the right. On the right side. Oh, Necon Master, thank you for the follow. Necom Master. So I feel like the armor looks largely okay. Uh, Again, I think I made some of the lines on the verdigris a little bit too sharp. Possibly not watering down enough. Possibly not just controlling well.
So theoretically,
Mhm,
we don't have a whole lot of other stuff with us, so we
mhm,
could leave it like this. We could just leave the armor, right?
yeah.
Because like any kind of other highlights we can do would require other metallics that we don't have.
Mhm. So you can be gray for pay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I am going to do a total revamp of the hold on. I'm gonna do a total revamp of the redeems in the coming weeks, and I'll be moving some things around. Uh, so that's a possibility.
So I feel we should move on to painting something else. What would you
Yes.
like to paint next? So we
Uh,
could do the cloth. We could do cloth.
we could do cloth. I will say that I have my own bias, which is kind of I tend to be biased towards doing inside out. So the fact that we
Inside
have
out.
so the fact that we haven't already done the flesh is already freaking me out.
Okay, so let's do the flesh
Yeah.
next.
Okay. So I think our big question with the flesh is how zombie-y, like up front. Like this is pretty zombie, just like looking like let's get this guy in focus. Um Focus? Focus. I need to be careful about this because now like where I hold the model is like literally right in front of the camera.
I
Literally
assume
just
that the
blocks it.
minimum focal length of the camera is like you got a bit further away there.
Okay. Come on, cooperate with me. Autofocus. Autofocus. I'm counting on you. Autofocus. Autofocus, save me. It's not saving me.
What camera is this? What the
iPhone
hell?
X.
What is
It's an
it
iPhone
doing?
10.
What? iPhone 10 OSC.
OAC.
Are you making fun of me? I'll punch you.
Okay. And yes, Ramune, this is a Conquest mini. This is Old Dominion. The thing ever fucking focuses. Sorry, I'm gonna get annoyed about this one. Can I do anything about that? I'm just gonna flash the camera. There we go. Just needed a reset, and I'm gonna reset it a couple more times because I am being a cheap ass, and so the watermark still shows up on screen. Okay, watermark is off screen now. Okay,
Okay,
so like
so
you see, it's
so I
pretty withered.
feel
It's pretty
I
jerky.
feel the way that we should do this, like this is like where it comes in, where it's kind of mad that we didn't get like the actual mahogany brown, right? Because
Mhm,
like what I would do first is I would apply a layer of the mahogany brown over all the skin, right? Like
mhm,
as a good base to work off of, right?
mhm. Quest for more flesh. Ramune recommends a gray yellow for.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good thing to work towards. But
Mhm,
first of all, we'll have to actually give it a the classic base coat, right?
yes,
That we can work off of.
I did follow your instructions earlier, and we put the mahogany on everything.
Yes, but now that we dry brushed over it, right? Like it's no longer clean. We gotta
That's
get
true.
it clean again.
Yeah, yeah. This is why I like to do inside out. Is because now I gotta clean it again. Okay. So should I be doing another base?
You're not gonna be able to like paint an entire miniature and not ever clean anything up.
Oh no, no, no. I just don't feel like duplicating work if I don't have to. Okay, so do another
It's
layer.
just like also pure coincidence that the mahogany is also what we needed for the metallic. So like it's
That's why I did the entire model. Yeah. I was like, we're gonna need this. I already have some. Oh yeah, it's ruined now. Okay, so whoop. Okay. So just do another layer. Just clean it up a little bit.
yeah, just put like a layer of the mahogany over all the flesh.
And on most of the body, it doesn't mess up. It didn't mess up too bad. The underlayer is largely intact on a lot of it, but on the face, it's a mess. Um, you're not
So
supposed
I
to
wonder,
dog.
let me see what we got. So we got like the whole the screaming skull, we got like the Bugman's glow. So the Bugman's glow seems like it's probably not the best thing to take here, but we got ice yellow. So ice yellow is gonna pull some weight here, I feel.
I think it will as well. And once again, the OBS is a mess. Not the OBS, the hand cam is a mess. There we go. That's
Also, it's we can like mix something up. Not all of
yeah.
the people need to have the same flesh color actually, because
I
if they have the same armor and everything, it's like enough coherency for a unit, I feel.
oh yeah, no, I fully
Especially
agree. And small minor hot take or just history lesson here. The Romans didn't really give that much of a shit about skin tone as like a citizenship thing or like a identity thing. Like it was just kind of a thing. Sometimes people were just like way darker skinned or way lighter skinned than other people. They were all the important part was that they were all Italian. By which I mean Roman.
yes, you gotta be Italian.
You become Italian. You adopt the Italianness in the Roman system.
Yes.
But yeah,
You know
like
what?
they
Could
literally
be
had a black
worse. They
emperor.
have
Like
olives, so I'll take that.
yeah. Yeah, as long as you have olives and you care about the right type of lawsuit, that's like enough.
Yes.
Okay, I think I got the exposed flesh in general.
Good.
Yeah. Okay, so
So this is where we're gonna start like layering up like a little bit of a the layering technique is basically the most basic painting technique that exists. Like you can paint entire models only using this.
mhm,
It's like so what you do, right, is you get yourself a kind of progression of colors, right?
okay, okay.
So you kind of like um what kind of brown do we have here? What is
We
that?
have
Oh, is this that the
Mornfang.
fucking Armageddon dust bullshit
No,
paint?
we got Mornfang. That's the actual decent brown we have. And
I feel that's too reddish. That's too like too much red in this.
this is what it shows up like on a white backing. And this is what it shows up like with a black backing. Whoops. So that's
That
Mornfang
like
over
I
black.
feel we want some desaturated kind of color
Okay.
for the so do we
Mhm.
have grays? I
No.
forgot. Do we have grays?
Nope. We got those shitty Citadel
We got
whites.
black and white.
Yeah. We do have ice yellow, which you said can be better for mixing for lighter colors.
Whose hands on screen Almantas and Nagi's too androgynous? Look
I
at
have
those hair. Look at the
I have
hair. Come
never heard
on.
my hands called androgynous before in my
That's
life.
some gray hair that I have there. Right? Look at
I
my fucking hair, dude. Like that's so manly.
I have never heard my hands
My
called androgynous before
Chad
in my
hair.
life. Yeah. uh, uh, yeah, that's a new one to move. Watching on the lowest resolution. Okay, okay, okay. I'll accept it. But yeah, no, no, these are definitely mine. These are definitely my mitts. Uh, definitely my mitts. Nagi usually wears gloves on stream, right? when you're doing hand
I
cams?
do.
Yeah.
I do.
I'm the slob. I want people to see that I take care of my nails.
I mean, you definitely have the manly
Yeah.
finger length.
Yeah. The fingers that are like not even like they're like 3/4 the length of my palm. Little sausages. Uh. Uh. All right. I knew a dude who could palm a basketball.
Honestly, the question is if I'm gonna be able to paint with the galaxy void,
Mm-hmm.
because the void is really slippery on my hands, right? So maybe I'll have to find a different possibility. We'll see what I do.
Did you see what Clonk did for his hand cam stream?
What?
He managed to make it his like his his model. Like you know how his model is made of ASCII text?
Uh-huh.
He managed to make that over his hands with proper hand tracking.
Oh, that's pretty
It
cool.
was super cool. It was super cool. Like you never actually saw his skin or even like his gloves. It was just always ASCII. It was super cool. Uh I'm very impressed by it still. And yeah, he was a high school buddy of mine. But yeah, he could like you know how you can palm a quarter? You can palm like a coin. I can like yeah. You can palm like kind of big things. He could palm a fucking basketball. It was insane. It was such a weird skill. Uh anyway, so we are talking about trying to make some sort of yellowish zombie
So
ass.
you wanna like layer up
Mhm.
from this paint and like put more and more layers on top and like basically go smaller and smaller. So that's the strategy is you put like another layer there, and with the skin it's pretty easy because you trace where the muscles would be. Like, as you
Mhm.
just always trace with your brush. This is where a muscle would be. This is where this would be,
Mhm.
and then you go lighter and lighter with your colors until you go to like a point where you're like, okay, this feels good. Right,
Mhm.
like this feels good enough, and that's like the abridged version of how layering works. Um, the important thing with layering is there's two things. First of all, you don't want the actual transition to the next paint to be too stark.
Mhm. Yeah, okay.
Second of all, so it's always important to like if you have your next paint to mix in betweens, right? Like if it's too stark. And the next thing about it is, you want to like not cover the entirety of what you painted before, right? So
Mhm.
that you get like the other thing shining through. And like then here, the most important tip is with layering. So as long as you work with wet paint, this is like true for all wet paint techniques. So like not dry brushing or like pigments or whatever. Wherever you lift your brush after the stroke, that's where the most pigment will be, right?
Oh, okay.
So you want to always end your strokes where you want the most pigment to be. Right?
Hmm.
That's like important.
Okay.
And so basically, now we gotta choose. We gotta make a plan on how we layer this up. Right? Like, where are we going with this?
Hmm. Okay. Okay. So this shoulder is currently still wet because I was just retouching up because I missed a spot. Um. So you say we're layering up to muscles.
Yes, we
Uh,
like we're just like
okay.
we're just kind of like getting a little bit of a progression of paints going here.
Okay.
So,
So.
for example,
Mhm.
what we could do, let's mix some paints together. Let's some mixing
Let's
going
do
here.
so. Let's go some
Um,
mixology. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, get out some of the mahogany. Let's just like because that's where we start off from, right?
Okay. So we've got some mahogany, and I am a dipshit, and I got a contrast mahogany instead of a. Oh, Mara Evan to you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Tilt guys.
Welcome, Raiders.
Welcome, Raiders. And hello, Lucifer, and hello, Nova. And let me get the shout out to Mara while Nagi introduces herself.
It
Uh,
is I, Nagi Nagi the Stream Serpent, here today to support the Almantas. The Almantas. No, and I am here today as a guest lecturer in class to
yeah.
help Almantas master the age-old tradition of miniature painting.
And now we're stretched again. Uh, yes. We're gonna
Mega
stream.
mantis. That's true.
Yeah. All right, Amara, have a lovely time. Have a lovely time. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lucifer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ghost of Olu. And Nova Starfall. I didn't catch Nova Starfall before. Um, but yes, we are doing miniatures painting. We are doing miniatures painting, and maybe I should change the stream category to that. I leave on just chatting like 90% of the time, but it's sometimes valuable to change. Sometimes valuable. Uh, while I'm thinking about it, while I've got my keyboard actually in my hands. Mini etchers. Not Minecraft. Miniatures. All right, we got the miniatures. Miniatures. Yeah.
Miniatura.
Miniature.
Miniatura.
Miniature. Uh, we are painting a Roman, so yeah, the Italian, the racist Italian accent helps. Uh, okay, so let's get the. So you want to see the mahogany, which I fucked up and I got
So
the contrast mahogany, so the good one that you
I
wanted.
guess where we gonna go with this, right? I guess like the a good choice, right, that we could do is we could get like some of the skull paint, right? You have the screaming skull paint, right?
I've got Screaming Skull
So
and obviously and
and
Ice Yell is also a very
okay, so you take the screaming skull, right?
yeah.
And I feel we want to get like the final actual layer should be something like screaming skull with like a little bit of the ghost green, right? So we get like some of the greenish kind of
Yeah, we want we
skin
want, we
there.
want to get some jaundice. Nothing sells zombies like liver
Yes,
disease.
it's like a blue mold. It's
Yeah.
the blue the like the cheese, like the
Yeah.
cheese.
Yes.
It's well aged.
Yes. Exactly. I understand your vision. I understand your vision. Um so and yes, Ghost of Olu, we are painting. We are painting. So
So a good technique that you can do is like you make like a line,
mhm,
an imaginary line on your wet palette, and on one side of that line, like we're just gonna do the classic technique here. Okay, this is like beginner level, right?
mhm,
So on one side of that line, you put your base color, right? Like the color that you come from,
mhm,
the 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 mahogany, yes. So because you can use that for touch-ups if you can make mistakes, right? Put that on one side of the line,
mhm,
and then on the other side of the line, you put the color that you want to go to, and then you mix in betweens between those two, right? Like you can like take a little bit of the one and the other, and you mix like 3 or 4 in betweens, right?
mhm. Okay. 3 or 4 in betweens. So
Yes. Also add some of the blue first too, or like
oh
the green first,
oh
right?
yes. Little bit.
Yeah.
Little bit. Little bit of the green. Uh and I've of course
Tiny little touch of the green goo.
let's see. Come on, surface tension break. Okay, well, close enough.
The rich parmesan. Yeah.
Oh, it's looking very lime green right there for a moment.
I like that this kind of like almost has a little bit of the verdigris color, right? Like
Yeah,
this, like it gets a bit of cohesion going, right? And then when we get the red cloth, and you want to do the crest. What is the crest called for the ancient Romans
I
that they
literally
have?
forgot. I literally forgot. Um, it's Mara. You are under no obligation to be active. I normally tell people when they raid in, like, you are under no obligation. Go raid and run, whatever. If I know that we usually raid out when we're like sleepy and hungry and stuff like that. I figured that because you said you had to go take care of something with your mom, you like were leaving, and I didn't need to tell you this. But yeah, you can leave. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. And yeah, I tried to take it. I tried to make it peaceful here. I tried to make it peaceful here. I know that may be alarming to you. Coming in from Mara's stream, which I always know is super sussy. Uh, but yes. I think this actually needs a little bit more yellow. I think it's actually not pale enough.
Yeah, give it a bit more.
I think that even that little bit, that like very minimalist drop out of the dropper was too much. Uh, Still way too much. Still way too much.
You think so?
You think that's all right?
You know what? You know what? Since this is a layering technique and we're gonna see the other layers through, if in the end it is too much, we're just gonna use the pure screaming skull on
Alright,
top,
cool.
okay?
Cool.
And now you just mix yourself a few in betweens,
Okay,
right?
so I'm gonna
You mix yourself 3 or 4 in betweens that you want, and like they're like that you blend them.
gonna
And
just
then you have your layering progression. This is like a more classic idea where like sometimes you can do some crazier layering where you go like from one color to another to yet another, right? Like to get some effect. But we're not. Let's not. Let's not get crazy.
Oh, I
here, okay?
I mean, yeah, we're doing like this is not technically painting 101, but we're not much above 101 level on this one. This is week 2 of the 101 class maybe. Uh
I realize you're printing Romans right now. My what the Carthage
Carthaginian.
like Rome or like whatever Carthage must be destroyed.
Yeah, Carthago de Delenda est.
Carthage must be destroyed.
Yeah, Carthage. Actually no, but
Honestly, the Phoenicians were pretty base. I like them.
There's I mean, it's an interesting little bit of history. It's like, to be honest, like having studied more of the era, it's like this weird thing where it's like the Romans are real bastards, right? So
Extremely so.
extremely so, but like, oh my god, the fucking Greeks.
You want to know? Like, so in school, I learned Latin, and they made me translate old Roman letters and like writings. And the one of them was like, I forgot, like it's the founding of Rome or whatever. It's like it talks about like Rome and their history and like freaking all this. And I was so goddamn like reminded of like modern American rhetoric when I fucking read that shit. I was like, this is like insane. Like this is like fucking
I mean,
insane.
we self-consciously modeled our country after it. Like
So fucking like I look at this shit and I'm like, no way, right? Like there's no way. Like,
no, it was like this. There was this really goofy
like,
thing.
the whole like Roman exceptionalism scene. Like I'm like, what?
Yeah, no. Like we very self-consciously modeled our country after the Roman Republic. That was very deliberate on America's part. No, there's this really goofy discourse like a few months, maybe years ago, where it's like, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? And like a lot of guys are like, yeah, like every week. And people are like, there's no way that that's true. It's like, how, like
That's
what?
bullshit.
No, I think it's
I
true.
have never thought about the Roman Empire other when I was like, right now, where I talked over and I'm writing a story and I'm like, oh yeah, what could I base this on? The Romans, right? Like,
we build our legal scholarship around it. We build our buildings based on ancient Roman buildings. Like it would be like weird for an American not to think about it pretty frequently. Like I think that's crazy. I think we all think about it. I think Americans in particular just constantly thinking about it because like we literally named multiple cities after ancient Romans. We have multiple cities named after Cincinnatus.
I mean, there's also like Atlanta and stuff, right?
Yeah. No, like we never shut up about this stuff. Like it's like all of our courthouses have like classic Roman building stuff.
The classic Roman building material, drywall.
Exactly.
Yeah, drywall and insulation.
We absolutely spent more time on ancient Greece and Rome in our public school system than we spent on.
And why don't you freaking like eat better in America? Why don't you eat mutton and olives and shit and garum?
I mean, we kind of do eat garum. Ketchup's actually pretty related to garum.
Kinda, it's true.
We treat garum very much like the Romans treated ketchup. And the Romans did have hamburger.
I feel you need another in between the first brown and the mahogany. That's gonna be too stark.
Between these two?
Yeah, there between these two, that's gonna be too stark.
Gotcha. Mostly I feel like I should have made more of this mix than I did. Right now I'm like, oh, I did not give myself enough to work with here. Why'd I do it that way? That was psychotic. That didn't work at all.
You know what? Like there was this one Roman recipe about like, you know, the Roman. It's like some kind of fig dish that
Mhm.
they ate like in the Colosseum and during social gatherings. I always wanted to try that because it sounds really delicious. I kind of
I
want to try it
I've tried a couple, like, really old recipes, and, like, some of them are actually, like, pretty good. There's a cake recipe
because
from
the Roman stuff is actually pretty good. Like if you look at like medieval recipes, it's usually like absolutely fucking disgusting, right?
the medieval stuff I don't tend to find super duper bad. The I mean, for my money, the worst cuisine I've ever seen has been, like, mid-century United States. Like, US immediate
Dude,
post-war is, like, only
like
comparable to British cuisine.
yeah, but
Uh,
I mean, the Brits are
the
like culinarily impaired on a level that is like unique in Europe.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
be real with you.
the
Like,
British the main attribute of British culture is fetishization of misery. So
isn't it more like Spanish culture?
the fetishizes misery.
Yes.
I thought the Spanish were pretty happy, but
The
go on.
Spanish are very much about like at least their religious
Yeah,
version of Christianity is extremely about contrition and flagellation and all that kind of stuff, right?
I more know the Portuguese version of that, which is just metal as hell.
This is true.
The Portuguese do the Catholicism very metal. Uh, oh, that's way too much. Damn it! I was trying to figure. I thought that was like an empty bubble. Uh,
You don't have to mix all of it in.
that's true. You're so smart. So smart.
You can like even do it like a gradient, right? Like if you just,
Yeah, that's true. I could.
put your brush in it and like do like a left right motion, feather it out. Easy. Also, it works so much better now that you actually use parchment paper.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
I was using it. I was like, okay, this preserves the inks pretty well, but like mixing is actually a nightmare. Like, what is going on? Um. Uh.
I think the British are more about what? Of keeping a straight face through misery.
More about fetishization.
Oh, I see. That's
Fetishization.
censored by Twitch
Oh
because
my
you're not
goodness,
allowed to have fetishes.
that's ridiculous. Um. That's ridiculous. Uh. Um.
The British humor is like very much about like misery though. Like there's so much like weird misery stuff in British humor.
Is that better? Or does it need more brown?
Darker. Now you need to
Darker.
go darker still.
Darker still. Darker and darker.
See, you're almost like black on the other one, so
Yeah,
like you
it's
need
it's
like
super dark.
you just mix all of that in. It's whatever. YOLO.
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 This is what
Freddy
YOLO.
Fazbear. I don't know.
Freddy
So
Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear. Never actually played that game. Real old man moment there. Just like
okay, good enough.
good enough. Good
That seems good enough. So now you can take this mix
enough. Mhm.
and you can layer it on top
Mhm.
of first of all, here's how you apply a layering technique, right? You want like very controlled amounts of paint in your brush so
Mhm.
that you can actually lay it down and it doesn't go everywhere.
Okay, that's
With
which is
layering techniques, it is very important to not overload your brush. You never ever want to get the brush, the color or the paint into the ferrule. If
yeah.
the paint gets, if that's the number one thing that kills brushes, paint drying in the ferrule.
Yep. I have already killed a brush doing this, so it's
Yes, so you want to like have like the lower third of your brush full of paint, so to speak,
mhm.
right? And that gives you a lot of control. And then what you do is you when you lift the brush from your palette, you do a twisting motion, right, on the palette so that you make a nice tip and then that gives you the best amount of control that you can have, right, for the brush strokes.
Yes.
There you go. I'm sorry.
No, no, no,
Does
no.
that make sense?
It does. It does. It does. I do like my twisting motions. I am debating whether or not I should use a smaller brush
You gotta
than
use torque.
whether I want to use a smaller brush than literally my largest one.
Honestly, people do in fact overestimate how small your brush has
Yeah.
to be for a lot of techniques. The most important thing is just that you have a nice tip, right, with your brush.
Yes.
And smaller brushes are also usually not that useful for like zeros and under are only useful for doing like really thin, like eyeballs and stuff, because they hold almost no paint. They're like, it's like one little stroke that you do and you're done, right? So you want to have like at least like a size 2 or 3 to do general work on a miniature of this size. I feel like that's like the perfect size in my opinion.
Okay. Well, this is a 4, which is the biggest one I've got because I'm a goober.
Should be fine.
Okay. So the most muscled part is this guy's shoulders are this guy's got fucking
Honestly,
shoulder boulders.
it's easy, right, to follow the natural contours of the miniature.
That's what I was planning
But
on doing.
on some miniatures, they're not sculpted like muscle by muscle, or you don't have a super muscular character or whatever. But you can still just like imagine in your mind's eye, imagine the muscles, under the surface, and you trace that, right? And remember, as I said before, always end your stroke where you want the most paint to be.
Okay.
That's the secret sauce, right? Because where you lift your paint brush, that's where the most pigment stays.
Fuck.
If you make a mistake, you need to immediately take another brush with a only water and wipe it off. And even that might be a little bit finicky with acrylics because they dry so fast. If you muscle layer this zombie, they will look jacked.
Yeah.
They will. Not necessarily, I guess. They will look veiny, right?
They should look
Basically,
veiny. I
like,
mean, these guys are supposed to be
like
scary.
jerky. They look
So
like jerky.
they do look like jerky. This is very jerky. Very jerky looking to me. So try to keep in mind that I want to be going upwards. Upwards.
So this is probably gonna be the part of the model that takes the longest,
Yeah.
right? Like this is what you're gonna spend most of your time on
Mhm.
when you do these. Other than maybe if you want to do some crazy stuff with the fabric, right? That would like paint like trims to the fabric or like whatever.
I did not.
I don't know how far we're gonna get today, but like I have a plan. I'm gonna teach you some other techniques in the other parts.
Oh shit! You have like
Try
an actual lesson
everything.
plan.
Yeah, I have a lesson plan. I
Shit.
developed it.
Shit. Do we need to? Maybe we need to do multiple collabs. Do a course line. Okay. So the thing is, like, I could spend like forever on this, right? Because like I have a lot of patience.
Indeed.
The limiting factor is literally is actually.
However,
What was that?
you're doing the thing again with the camera, and you already moved it.
I moved it twice.
What is happening?
I guess I just like don't believe that the camera lens is where it is. That's what it seems to be. I just like have tricked myself. Thank you though. Thank you though.
I can get 7 different types of apples from all these. What are they? Name all apples. Name every apple.
Red delicious. Red delicious.
What's your favorite apple, Al?
Probably Galas. I know that this is a thing. Like I can actually tell that I know at least one person in this chat is going to get mad at me, for this, but I actually kind of like Red Delicious.
What?
The suffering.
Damn!
I just like apples.
You know what my favorite apple is? It's also very controversial, okay?
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Granny Smith.
I should have just guessed that. I knew that in my heart that you were gonna say Granny Smith. I knew that.
Why? Why did you know that? I
I'm
love
your friend and
Granny
I know you.
Smith. It's sour. It's sour and I like sour. Sour apple based. Delicious. It's nice and firm. You bite into it, it feels like you're like devouring a living being, and that's what I like most. I'm sorry. Mm.
So you're saying is that like the actual best apple for you is going to be the apple that's just like got a lot of got got worms in it, like a
Nah, the worms suck. I don't like the worms. They're too mushy.
add in some protein from the fruit fly larva. Okay.
I wonder, like, there's so many actual cultures that have like eaten larvae, right? Like
Yeah, yeah.
in Mexico, they're eating like the maguey plant larvae, right? Like they come in the maguey plant.
Yeah.
There's so many in there. It's crazy. You open that bitch up, they're full of larvae, right?
Yeah, there's
And
a
they're
whole like
like
there's a
these
whole
big old yeah,
yeah.
they're like big old grabs. They have like lots of meat on them, and like nobody has ever actually like just be like, you know what? Maybe we should eat the apple worm. Maybe we should eat it.
Yeah.
Maybe
Come on.
the apple worm is good.
Maybe
They just ignored it.
that's just passing it up. You already fed it.
What do you mean the the good old the
Kasumarsu.
casamasso?
Yeah, that's
He
the
you don't know the casamasso?
I do know that one. I
That's
do.
like an Italian cheese.
Yeah, that one's fucked up. That's
Is it?
like
Yeah, it's the maggot cheese.
actually the most like fucked up food that I'm aware of.
It's actually illegal to
Yeah.
sell it outside of Italy. Like they can't export it because like it doesn't. In fact, it doesn't meet the actual food safety standards of any other country, right? Like, and even in Italy, you can't really sell it.
Yeah.
Here, it's like not. It can't be on the general market. It's like it's some secret illegal cheese or whatever that they're making.
That's the secret to the
It's
Italian mafia, right? Is like
Yeah, it's the
yeah,
secret illegal cheese, the underground cheese.
like the thing that people often miss about criminal organizations is that they work a lot like Dragon Quest, where like
Really.
yeah, you need smaller crimes for them to level up on.
I have only really played like Dragon Quest monsters ever.
Weirdly, I feel like I mostly know about Dragon Quest through you, because you were ranting about how it influenced like isekai and stuff like that.
No, really, no, it's true. It's true.
uh,
God, got baka isekai. Sorry, I had like a brain aneurysm for a second. I was edging that one. I was. You're doing it again. You're doing it again.
I'm how is this possible? How does this keep happening? How is this
You're
even possible?
drifting. You're drifting.
I'm drifting. I'm drifting. My hands are shy, I guess. Which is fucking weird considering I'm on hand cam like 12 hours a week.
The illegal cheese.
But yeah, it's like if you want like a good
There's
strong
also
criminal
a
organization, you need like
there's
lesser
also
crimes.
like the mite cheese. Have you heard of the mite cheese?
No, no, I haven't. I haven't.
There's like a cheese that is like made with like tons of mites,
Sounds
right?
awful.
Like it's actually like put in a chamber where there's like mites and shit, and they live on the cheese, on the patina of the cheese, or whatever you call that, right? And they they change it and the properties. Yeah, the cheese mites. Yes, the cheese mites.
Cheese. Like like
Yes,
like, like
stick
again
drift IRL.
like what was that? Stick drift tire. Oh yeah.
You do.
Physical like stick drift. Well, and, like the thing is like the stick is like so far away from like the actual control that like will this be like my fucking hips or some shit? The problem with your painting is your hip control or something? How embarrassing. Oh,
I feel how you
oh my
could level
goodness.
up the. Oh hey!
Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I'm going to struggle with this one. Mikaignius. Mikaignius. Let me give you the shout out.
Micagnius, maybe? I don't know.
Micah Igneous. Is it Micah Igneous or is it Micah
It
Igneous?
might be Micah Igneous.
Yes, yes, a nice little contradiction of terms right there. Micah Igneous was doing models and miniatures as well. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Micah Igneous. Okay, okay. It is the two types of rock. It is mica, a specific type of rock,
No,
and igneous.
apparently it's Micagnius.
Micagnius. Micagnius. Yes, I am painting a Conquest miniature, little zombie
For the
Roman.
Old Dominion,
Old
the
Dominion.
ye old Romaine necromancers.
Roman necromancy is a sick combo. More things should do it.
Yes.
Because that's kind of what they were like IRL, right? They went into Christianity, and Christianity
Did they have necromancy in Rome?
it was pretty forbidden. Um, like this is one of those things. That's
Really,
actually,
that was taboo to do that. What was there other kinds of
oh yeah,
scrying
absolutely,
and stuff
absolutely,
that were
huge
doing?
amounts, huge amounts.
Yeah, but necromancy was banned. That was the one thing
No,
they
no, it
hated.
wasn't. It wasn't the one thing. There's all sorts of rules around it. You paint 100 Kingdoms. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, yeah. It's there's a whole bunch of stuff. So like the thing about
I'm a fan of spires in the game.
yeah, spires are super cool. I mean, spires like arguably like the thing about the setting, right? Like Old Dominion is like a off-brand, like off-kilter, off-meta, silly option. So necromancy is worth pointing out that like the necromancy where you like raise a dead guy and like they wander around and like there's a skeleton that's your servant. Not usually what they
That's
do.
not what people thought they were doing ever.
Well, that's like
That's
yeah, that's not,
bullshit.
that like the historically necromancy has been pretty commonly practiced, but it's like a
That's kind of like
seance.
a more a hoodoo thing, right? Like where
Mm.
that comes from
Yeah,
you know, zombie
yeah, the
stuff,
zombie
right?
hoodoo thing. Which is very cool, very cool little piece of history and cultural appropriation. Uh, but yeah, so like the Romans would practice like a bunch of different forms of divination. The two big ones were auspicy and haruspicy. So
I have one question
yeah,
about that. So like
mhm,
I remember maybe it was in school or somewhere we got taught that like there was like a Roman temple and I forgot which one it was that historians said or whatever that it had like natural gas escaping or whatever
mhm.
that actually was getting people delirious or whatever, and
Mm.
they thought that there was like some kind of divine intervention that they were like having
I
visions.
had heard about that.
Is this like a thing that is real or like
Yeah, so
no?
that's the thing. That's the thing. I also I feel really dumb and bad. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, I am
Again?
Almantas. No. I didn't say it the first time. I forgot about it with Mika Igneous. I didn't actually say I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things, and I am joined by Nagi Quetzali today, and because she knows how to paint things and I don't.
It is I, the stream serpent indeed. Welcome
Yeah.
everybody to class.
Welcome to class. Welcome to class. We're in painting class. Um, and so
Yeah, it
yes,
might be in Delphi, right? In
yeah.
Delphi.
There's a couple of oracles. Delphi was just the most prestigious. Uh, there were a couple of them, but yeah, there was one that was that where like the ground was poisoning people, and it caused people to think that they were like cool and smart, uh, which is cool, right? I feel
Carbon monoxide poisoning. Oftentimes.
okay. I definitely did not make enough of these intermediate steps of the paints. Uh, you
You
can laser
didn't?
scribe. You can laser scribe. However, I never gave my students shit for needing accommodations. If you need I probably should have been a little bit more like, are you sure you need a laptop? Like, if you say you need an accommodation, you do. But like, if you don't need an accommodation, please don't bring your laptop to class. Uh,
Why not? I
uh,
want laptop.
it's been pretty demonstrated that voluntary laptop use in classes reduces learning. It's just like Just worse learning outcomes.
I mean, wouldn't you take it with you to type in notes?
I mean, yeah, but a lot of people will type in notes, but then also like check Twitter.
That's like just a general problem.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
even class. Just don't ever check Twitter.
Yeah. I mean, good news is Twitter appears to be dying, but bad news is that like it's dying because other things are doing the same stuff, but better. So
Dude, I swear to God, Twitter is like legitimately a blight on society, man. Like, what the hell?
well,
So, usually, the way that
mhm,
a lot of people would do this step here is like in a basic thing is like you do this layering technique
mhm,
and then you apply a wash over it to
mhm.
bring everything together and down a bit, and then you apply your final highlight again because the wash will actually dull the highlight,
Yes,
right? I don't know if you want to do that.
I say let's go
What
for it.
what did you have like the Agrex Earth Shade or whatever?
Yeah,
So that's probably the wash that you would use here.
yeah, yeah. Um,
By the way, today we're doing basic painting techniques. We're at like
mhm.
very, very common and basic painting techniques. There
Because
you
I am,
go.
I am, I am a silly Billy. Uh, I am weak in the painting arts.
How do you feel about the layering so far?
I enjoy it. I enjoy it. This feels intuitive to me and sensible to me.
It
Um,
is generally a painting technique that a lot of people that are less like artistic minded, so to speak, right,
mhm.
have an easy way to get in, like an easy kind of time getting into, right?
Kind of meditative. Uh, and satisfying. Uh, um,
And there's still like what 40K painting models. I mean, the techniques are the same, like
yeah,
for
there's not
any
like a fundamental
miniature.
difference. There's not a
In
fundamental
fact, when
difference
I
there.
return to my own channel, I shall paint some 40K. I shall do it.
You're doing
It's
your
probably
yeah.
my first project is gonna be like for a friend. I gotta paint a contingent of Iron Warriors, which is like a fast thing to do.
Hmm.
And then I will start off doing some Tyranid because I like Tyranid.
You do. You do. It's true.
And
It's true.
I will do my own Tyranid. And then I also am gonna do like whatever kind of random Imperium soup. I'm gonna make like Imperium, like
I like
as
imperial
I
soup. I
said,
like imperial soup as a concept.
I created my own Space Marine chapter that is like completely off the wall crazy. Like I have like no actual reverence for the real backstory of Warhammer 40K or its setting. You're gonna see some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. And I also like the Adaptus Mechanicus.
Mechanicus have the
So
coolest model. Have some of the
we're
coolest
gonna
models. I
have
like them
some
a
of
lot.
that. They're my favorite Imperial faction by
Oh yeah,
far.
yeah. I mean, they got the Castellans are so cool. Uh,
The Castellans.
the robots, the big punchy robots.
I do like the Castellax, like the old version of them from pre-heresy, the Castellax Spell Automaton. They're pretty cool. Also the Terrantar. That was also cool. But maybe I'll do like I really don't care that much about I do like making my own. I'm a big fan of 3D printed models that are out there. So like I might like do some weird off meta shit. Like we're gonna see um whatever exists, right? You know, with 3D printed models, it's sometimes difficult because the people that make them, they don't want you to tell everybody where you got it.
Yeah, because they could see
And
indeed. Yeah,
yeah, they might get into legal trouble, right?
yeah, yeah. That's like
But
the
it
whole
could
like
be
3D printing world. Well, Slanesh, living up to your name. Uh, Hound Dog Games. Thank you for the follow.
Slanesh is pretty good, but like I feel if I was gonna do chaos, Slanesh is pretty good, but the problem is that there's just not enough cool stuff. It's
That's
like more of
true.
a difficulty to find. So like Nurgle is just like more
Hmm.
ubiquitous.
Nurgle and Tzeentch just Slanesh really does kind of get like the least options.
I mean, there's the conspiracy theory that's only half a conspiracy theory that they downplay Slanesh constantly because their biggest market is America, and Americans have been known for ages in Europe and around the world to really be into violence and really against sex. There you
Yeah,
go. There you go.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
how it works.
yeah. No.
It's a time honored tradition.
Americans are we are a culture that loves death. Uh, don't know what else to say. Uh,
You're
what were you saying?
slowly drifting. You're drifting back over.
How is this even happening? How is this even happening? I haven't gotten enough in space yet.
I just think Nurgle is interesting because it allows you to do a lot of techniques that you usually don't. With like, I mean, Tzeentch does too, right?
Mm.
But it allows you to get a bit creative, right? With like color choices and the stuff that the techniques that you do, like even real effects, right? Like all the actual ways that you can make weird liquid spill out of things on models. There's so much you can do. It's endless.
And meanwhile, my favorite models are actually Tau, even though I'm an Eldar guy.
Tau are okay, but I think Tau should be about 20 to 40% more Gundam. I feel
More
they're
Gundam.
too
Okay.
little. I feel they should actually go harder. Like Tau don't go hard enough, in my opinion. And that's like
Topical
usually
puts out a
like
good point.
traditionally, like at least from the Warhammer Fantasy times, 40 like Warhammer is always about the stuff going as hard as possible.
No, and I mostly am just like usually when people say like how they really want to revise the Tau, so they want to go more into the like alien alliances element of it,
Yes, that's also a good idea.
more into the Kroots and the Vespids or whatever. That
I don't like the Kroot necessarily that much.
they're fine.
I think the Tower Empire is like stupid. Like the entire thing is fucking stupid. Like the the parody that they're trying to make doesn't work, right? And because they're like, haha, we're communist, but actually we
Mind
are
control, and we have a caste
not,
system.
and we're
Yeah.
like a mind controlling cat. I'm like, what the
No, yeah,
fuck?
that part of it doesn't work.
Like what?
This is part of the reason why I preferred it much better back in like 5th edition when they first came out. Not 5th, like 3rd edition when they first came out. Because back then they was just like these are like the only people in the universe that like have a moral compass and are trying to do good. Uh, and then it was just like, and also they also don't have faster than light travel, so like they have like no reach. And so it's just like this really funny thing where it's like they were like the fucking Quakers or some shit. They're like the fucking they're like a weird utopian commune out in the middle of nowhere that doesn't matter. It was kind of like a parody of like crust punk houses that was pretty funny, I thought.
I just like the tower aesthetic isn't interesting enough for me. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's just the problem. Their aesthetic is just too restrained to actually do enough for me. Same is true for example, for me with the Necrons. The
Mm.
Necrons don't go hard enough.
The
It,
Necrons, I
it
do agree with you. I do agree with you on the Necrons. The
this is
thing is,
like
like,
the
I
same
do.
problem that I have there. It's like the like that I choose my army on aesthetic alone, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And like those two, they're lacking. They're like two one notes.
I will admit that a lot of why I like the Tau is like I like the big flat panels. I like those big flat panels that they give you like nothing to like work with as a painter, right? Like I do get that. Like it's like
I mean, then again, they give you a ton because you can like paint whatever you want on them. You can do like camo. You can do like chevrons, weird ass line designs.
Mhm.
You can like paint a fucking fresco on that shit. I don't know, like there's all kinds of stuff, but you can do decals, make your own decals, and put them on there.
Good. No, I just like the aesthetic of like the austereness of it. I kind of like I kind of do like austere aesthetics.
I see.
Yeah, and especially in like a I don't know. I'm a my actual interior decoration sensibility is mostly like plants and wood panels. Fucking 70s as hell over here. But I don't know. There's something appealing to me about like the
The
over
thing that I
cleanness.
like, so the reason why I like the Mechanicus the best is because it's kind of like, you know how people say that like orcs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Orcs are like this classic tinkerer army where like it's really easy to create your own designs, right? Because
Yeah.
they're like so ramshackle in their appearance that you can like easily kit bash. You can easily make your own additions by just using common items, right? Like all that kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is true for Mechanicus as well, but you need to be slightly more methodical about it. And
I
that's
agree.
what
Yeah.
I like.
I
That's what I like about it. Like that you can still do that kind of weird mechanical clutter style, but as long as you actually adhere to some design principles, it actually looks correct. So that's why I like it.
I really like Stilt Boy.
Stilt Boy?
Stilt Boy. It was a
The
controversial.
sniper?
Yeah, the controversial Mechanicus mod.
Sidonian or whatever they're called. Sidonian sniper.
Guitar sniper? No, it wasn't
I don't know.
Skitarii. Skitarii is a more general term.
It's from the no, but the Skitaria, it's called Sidonian or whatever the actual unit. I forgot.
I love Stilt Boy. I love Stilt Boy. I think that people were being babies when they hated Stilt Boy.
He's
Arrow Scarlet,
okay.
thank you for the
That's like
follow.
I've seen other sculpts of it that are actually doing the concept better.
Oh, I can imagine better sculpts of it doing the concept better. I just am really adore the concept of just like how do we get like a height advantage on the battlefield? How do we get a line of sight advantage for our snipers? Stilts. Like
Stilts. Giant stilts.
we're Mechanicus, let's use a mechanical solution. Right? Like
How
I
about
adore it.
putting him on a hover platform? Like some like you know the Vulturax? Have you seen the Vulturax? It's like a battle automaton that flies. Put it on
Power.
that.
No. Stilts. Stilts is so much funnier. It's so much funnier. I think the fact that they went with like the dumb guy engineer option is so good. It's such like a more engineering solution than like hovercraft. Okay.
It's true. Have you done it?
Evaluation of my highlights.
Difficult to say, mostly because of the lighting in your room. I'm gonna be real. You don't have enough light.
I can add at least a little bit more. So this is I've actually got a couple ways I can add more. Let's start with the one that I'm going to hate the most. Wrong way.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Yeah. And then I've got where are the controls for the other light? Hold on. I've got a second ring light that is not plugged in. Wires. The wires, man, the wires. Okay. And second ring light. Initiate. That does not add a ton because it's too far away. It just occurred to me that it's probably bright as hell in the this is the iPhone fighting me. I don't know why that didn't occur to me before. But yeah, second closer ring light.
The ghost keel is pretty cool.
Mhm.
Okay, no, this is bad. Okay, well, it's a good attempt for first attempt. I've
It's a
seen
good
way
first.
worse.
You've seen worse.
Okay, so now what you could do is you take the agric surf shade and maybe like water it down a little bit. It's pretty strong, right?
Mhm. Okay.
And then put the Agric Earthshade over everything.
Okay. Okay.
And then let that dry. And that should bring it together a little bit. And then you can see if you want to apply your higher highlight again, right? Because it will make everything a bit darker.
Okay. Agrax Earthshade. Mix you up a little bit. Well, I mean, I'm willing to take critique. What did I do wrong? He says a good attempt for a first time. That means that it's pretty bad.
It's not that bad. It's just like a little bit dark. It's like a little bit like the lines seem like a little bit like too inorganic. You know what I mean?
It's too artificial looking.
Yes, a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
But
And
that's like stuff that will come with time, I'm sure.
that can be improved mostly by what do you think?
Drawing better. Draw the good line, not the bad line.
Very helpful. Very helpful, Nagi.
I'm so sorry, but that's like the best thing that I can tell you.
I mean, so what I'm getting out of this is that so I did okay on the lowest layer and then on the last layer, but for the intermediate 2 layers,
You think the final
I was too
layer,
coward.
that's what so the final layer you think you did fine, right?
You think I did fine on the? Yeah, I was too much of a coward for layers like 3 and 4. I
I
didn't.
see.
That's what I'm kind of getting out of your critique. The actionable version of that critique is like I was a coward on the middle layers, and so
It's important to put down a lot of your midtone, right? Because
yeah,
the way that it works with the midtone is that the midtone
Mhm.
is what the actual color of the thing in the end will read, right? Because you have like a lot of different actual shades on this, right?
Mhm.
But so for example, you can even do like crazy stuff where, for example, you make an orc. Sometimes you see this with the 40k orcs that have green skin, but people layer it up to be like more skin color pinkish, right in the highlights.
Okay,
But just
okay.
because the midtone is green, the actual area still reads as green, right?
Mhm.
So it is important to like put enough of your midtone and don't be like scared with that because that's what the actual thing will have to read as later.
Okay, okay. So that is that okay. So yeah, definitely missed on the midtones. That is good to know. Uh, I'm just not bothering with eyes on these guys. You guys are zombies. The eyes are like the
They
first thing you
probably
lose.
lost him years ago.
Yeah, that's like the first thing you lose in the zombification process. Uh, okay, so we'll let that dry for a moment. Uh, and that means that our pauldron has dried. Oh, nope. Clumsy little bastard that I am.
So with the pauldron, I wouldn't start out with the orange right away.
Okay, okay.
First, you should put a red down.
Roger. Danke.
Dark red, light red, orange. That's always how you do it.
Okay. Well, I've only got one actual red.
Mix it with black.
Good call. Good call. Thank you.
It will like because this is like a weird blend of red, it will probably make it a little purplish, but that doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You over here on the palette. Uh, Paint you out. Now we're doing on time. We're doing fine on time. Mm-mm-mm.
We doing fine.
We are doing fine. We are doing fine.
Easy.
Uh, red. Uh, okay, no, that looks like shit.
What?
Uh, that is a 50-50 mix of red and black.
Yeah, there's a little bit more red.
Yeah, could use a little bit more of color.
Maybe do like a 25-75, you know?
Why did you say not 3-1?
Because I don't know. I don't understand. A 3/16 of an inch? Like, I'm sorry, I
She cannot be stopped yet.
real measurements that real people use. They have been demanding our respect for this all this time. They've played us for fools.
No, it's too much red, but that's okay. Just go back and forth, and it'll only ever be totally red or totally black, and that's the future. The future is perpetually just wildly careening between one color and the other with no mixing. Forever. That's the future. That's the future liberals want.
Glorious liberal future of paint.
Of paint, yes.
It has to be red, though.
Has to be red.
Yes.
Has to be red. Oh, still some red in there. I might need to replace the paint water again. When I was a fool and was doing mid-roll ads, I would replace the water every hour, which was a convenient thing about taking mid-rolls. Mid-roll does have certain conveniences to it, but still don't like it. Great. Mix, damn you, mix. Okay, that's like at least a little bit mixed. Slightly darker red. An iota darker red.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it, and let's deload a little bit.
Can you zoom in the iPhone so you can actually see the tiny little baby?
The tiny little baby.
Tiny little baby thing?
Yeah, what we're going to do is I'm going to hold it up here and presume that I am actually able to hold it on camera for more than 5 seconds. There we go. Using droidcam.f. I have only been testing out droidcam for like a few days, and I think I'm going to stick with it.
iPhones are not that bad for streams like this, actually, if they're set up correct. I've seen some streams that are like surprisingly good. Phew.
That's you.
I'm getting sleepy, dude. What the hell?
Was it cold? Cold underneath the blankie.
No, I have a heated blankie.
Yeah, the heated blankie tells your little snick body that it's time to rest.
I must resist.
That's fine. It's fine. We can
Doesn't Riser Rust kind of dry brown? It's kind of like orangish brown. I've never used it though. I hear it's a pretty good product. Like people swear by that stuff. A lot of like commission paint designers swear by Riser Rust.
I used it as the edge highlights on this guy.
Really?
Yeah, those edges are Riser Rust.
That's like 100% what it's not meant for. But
yeah,
like,
I know.
more power to you.
It's what I had. I am a fan of using the tools that I've got.
Should get an EP British disease. I have it. It's chronic. It's endemic within my body.
The inevitable.
So red pigment is generally known. Red and orange pigment is generally known for being terrible in coverage. So this is why I tell you that you should actually layer it up like this. Because putting orange over anything else than red looks like trash. Like 100% of the time. It's
Nice.
terrible.
Oop. There it is. That's how I'm gonna dox myself one of these days.
See, the actual classic strat is what you should do, right? You get yourself either a wooden dowel that you can easily hold in a hand,
Mhm.
or a cork, or whatever.
Cork?
They're cheap, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They're like a big one that you can easily hold in a hand. And then you put like a little bit of wire, like metal wire, into the cork, and you pin the actual thing that you want to pin onto the wire, so it's on the cork. So you can hold the cork and pin the thing suspended on the wire. And then you have better grip, you never lose it, and you don't have to touch it and rub off the paint that you already put on.
Rubbing off the paint that you've already put on does suck.
It is pretty bad. The putty on a stick? What, the putty on a stick? Yeah, by the way, don't buy the paint handle from the Games Workshop. It's a scam.
Oh, of course.
Every single tool that Games Workshop sells is a scam. Like, you can get top quality equipment for the price that the Games Workshop ones cost, and the Games Workshop ones suck. Like, there you go. That's how it is.
Yeah.
Don't buy anything from them. It's a scam.
Especially not the rulebooks. Heyo.
Dude, the rulebooks are a total scam.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Dude, there's like, I have seen like a modern rulebook. There ain't shit in there. It's just like, haha, here's some fucking numbers. And I'm like, bro, where the hell is all the cool ass information about painting and making terrain and making your own campaigns and like homebrew?
See,
What the fuck?
I am the numbers guy. I like the numbers. I just think that they're organized really badly. Just like this is madness. Like this is like people have to use the third party apps to play 40K because they organize them like absolute lunatics. And like the most important rule in 40K, right? For like thinking about it as a game. The most important rules for thinking about it as a game are like what is the ratio of points to wounds?
That's the stupidest thing there.
Most important?
40K is like not even a good game. That's like the worst thing
Not.
about it.
It's not.
The game isn't even fun.
I think it's fun, but it's also like the main skill in it is evaluating where they misprice things. Uh, so like, yeah, like that's like the main skill to being good at 40K is like evaluating where did they misprice units. Because they hand price every unit, right? There's not like an algorithm like Infinity does. There's not actual rules to prices. All right. Oop. And let's get a little bit more in there. A little bit more in there. Okay. Okay. And then the next layer of red, which will just be red.
Indeed.
Nyanomancer. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hey,
Welcome in.
Niano, welcome to class. Please take a seat.
As the worst student in class, gets used as a demonstrator. Okay. Okay. And let me just pure red.
Is this the Mephiston rat?
Yeah. Yeah, the most important mechanic in D&D is action economy. The most important mechanic in most card games is, but yeah, in the case of like it would be like in the way that the 40k rulebooks are organized would be like if in D&D how many actions something took was like in a separate rulebook from the main rules.
I mean, because they have to adjust it all the time.
Yeah, because they're jackasses.
The problem that they have with some of their rules, though, is that there are things that are just like too broken to be in the game at basically a point cost that wouldn't completely prohibit them from being played at all. Like, that's like kind of an issue that also exists.
I'll be honest, the thing that actually bothers me the most is when they do rules are too unclear, but that's because like I have a particular
But I
bugbear
will
about that.
say that like the opposite is often more true. There are units that are so bad that you wouldn't take them if they were free.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
like that's the real issue. And they're so bad that you wouldn't take them if they're free. But so it's
This reminds me of my favorite 40k tournament that has only been
uh-huh.
done once, and I want it to be like a regular event to the extent that like I wish it was like the main way people played 40k, which is the Blunderdome.
The
The
Blunderdome.
Blunderdome. The Blunderdome was you have to construct a 2,000 point army that uses like at least, well, you have to get within like 10 points. And it was 8th edition. It was 8th edition, so you also weren't allowed to burn command. You also had to like spend everything. You had to spend everything.
Uh-huh.
Um, and then when you went to the tournament, you whoever got to play which army was randomized. You never played your own army in the Blunderdome. And you got 1 point for winning a game, and you also got 1 point whenever the army you designed lost a game.
Because you wanted to make the worst army possible.
The goal was to make the worst army possible and saddle it on some poor unlucky loser. So like some of the army lists that they made were fucking genius. Like one person made an army that was almost entirely spores, Tyranid spore mines.
Dude, that army is actually depending on I don't know about 8th edition, but in some editions that army would have fucking slapped. Spore Man used to be fucking real good, okay?
It really depends on the edition. Yeah, it really
Did
does.
did they take away where you have 3 different kinds of spore mines?
Uh, I don't know.
Tyranids used to have different kinds of spore mine ammunition.
Yeah, Tohu, the other army that couldn't score properly was only Necron obelisks. It was 3 Necron obelisks and a Tomb King. That was it. Uh, the army that was probably the funniest one was a Chaos Cultist army that like was actually really difficult to deploy on most maps. And he specifically made it so that there was one too many guys in each unit to deploy in each rhino. Yeah, it was all rhinos and then like units that were too big to be deployed in the rhinos. It was just like one time they showed a deployment of it and it literally used up the entire deployment zone. They were having to like cram units in together like base to base contact the entire way.
Yeah, you should do it where, like, you have, like, rhinos and land raiders, and
Mhm.
then the units that you get, there's always one too many
Exactly.
guys in them to get into the goddamn
Exactly what they
land
did.
base.
Exactly what they did. It was so awful. um, it was genuinely a really funny tournament to read the reports from. And yeah, the obelisks can kill things, but they can't score points. Is like the thing. Like they can. Uh, oh yeah, no, it very much depends on edition, Tohu. One of the worst armies in it was only Tau shield drones, which in other parts of even 8th edition would have been an extremely broken and overpowered army, but at this point in 8th edition was like almost impossible to kill things or score. Okay. layer in on the in a way that's not really the intended use of this paint, but I don't actually understand the intended use of this paint.
Is this rise or rust?
Yeah. What is the intended use of this paint?
It's rust.
That's
It's a technical paint that is supposed to be applied onto as a weathering technique to actually like make it rust. It's rust.
all right.
It's like very stylized rust, though.
I was about to say, like, this is like I've never seen rust that looks like this. Like, did not even occur to me. I thought it was just called rise or rust because that's how they do this
It
shit.
also like dries. It's slight. It has a slight texture to it, so it's not actually flat, right? It has this kind of like corrosion texture to it.
Mm-hmm. And instead, I am just using it to make this red look really.
Rise would just be really rusty. It's a Forge world. I assume they have a lot of rust there.
Well, it feels like the whole point is to not have it rust, right? The whole point of the Forge world is to make it
Rise is a Forge world in Warhammer 40k that is known to make like Lehman Rust battle tanks. In fact, I don't know if it still exists, but there used to be a model that they made in resin, the riser pattern Lehman Rust, right?
I think that
You
turned out
could get
alright.
them specifically. Nice.
The bronze didn't turn out well at all now. Jesus Christ. I fucked up that. I am not assuming the Mechanicus are good at their job. I'm just marshalling more evidence that they're bad at it.
They're just constantly disgruntled that they can't research artificial intelligence. So they're not at the top of their game, you know? It's a to be what it be.
You gotta give them access to artificial intelligence just so they shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah, but that's like in Warhammer 40k, right? That's the big taboo, because like Skynet actually happened in Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, because the authors read Dune.
Yes.
The authors read Dune and Judge Dredd, and that's what they did. That's what they did. Okay, so we've let some of the Earthshade dry in.
And now you can, like, maybe you want, like, how do you like the skin so far?
I think it's all right. I feel like I feel like it's more of a question of like doing it for another model, but I would have preferred it to be paler.
I mean, they can have different colors.
Yeah,
right?
no, I'm planning on another model having a different, paler skin tone.
So maybe next time we're gonna do a reverse, where we actually gonna do like first start out with like the mid tone, right? Like the one in the middle that you mixed, and then we do the shade, and then on top of that we do the highlight.
Okay, we can try that. Yeah. So we've got the leather and the cloth has not been touched.
There's like a thing that I want to do,
Yes,
or
you
I
had something on the
suggest with the
lesson plan.
skin still, right?
Yeah,
so maybe to spice it up a little bit, we could like employ a glaze, right?
A glaze.
So we could get ourselves a purple, right?
Purple.
A good a magenta.
A magenta. That's going to be more the Nagaroth is the slightly redder purple, I think.
That is not a magenta, not
No,
even
not.
close.
It's not. It's not. These are the purples I've got.
Now let's take the Magos purple.
Okay, Maggots.
And yeah, mix the Magos purple with red.
Okay.
Fitty. And so
50. Okay.
A glaze is like the following, right? A glaze is a transparent, really, really thin kind of paint layer that you put on top to modulate the actual color a little bit.
Okay.
So what we can do is we can apply the glaze over like for example, the forearms or like the upper arms, only around the shoulder bit, right? Like, so basically we go from the middle of the arm, brush up towards the shoulder, and then do that around the whole arm, right? So that the upper area gets a little bit of that glaze. And you really need this to be like super thinned down, like extremely.
Okay.
So that
Extremely
you
thin.
get a tiny little sheen. You might have to apply this glaze multiple times to actually get to where you want to be, right?
Mhm.
But that way you get a nice like modulation of the actual hue, which looks very interesting, right?
Pick you up. Okay, so I'm going to mix it 50-50. 50-50. Which means about that much.
Yeah, so like you wanna like do like at least 4 parts water to paint, maybe more. And it's not quite so you call this a glaze, right? Like there's also a technique called a filter, and a filter is basically the same as a glaze, but it's even more subtle. The filters are like really thinned down to just change like really subtly the way that the color looks.
This is need more purple. Purple. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that is a purple. That is a let's put that on the camera. That is a purple.
Yes, very nice.
There's a purple, a reddish purple. Okay.
Okay, now we thin that down.
How am I going? When am I going to thin it down? Because I need. What is the right way to do this? Because you don't like the thinning it down in the brush, which is fair.
I don't think it's very good for for control. Like and generally be consistent with the actual mix.
I think that means I need another watercolor. Is what that means. You can entertain the stream for a minute.
I shall do so. Indeed. The water, the water, the water, the water, the water. Hello, chat. I am the most entertaining. Look at my plumes. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? They're moving. They're moving. Water. Yes, water. I like water. It's good. It's delicious. It's it helps against the sores. Do a flip. I can't do a flip. You do a flip. Let's make a video, post it to the Almantas Discord. Bawa. Send Bawa. Send me Bawa. 2 barrel. Fine, but I'll hurt myself. That's okay. That's like extra. That's more engagement. You
Oh
know?
no. No. No, not the self-harm engagement, no. Please don't kill my chat, Nagi. Oh, there
No,
we
I was just gonna inflict grievous bodily harm on them.
go. Merely inflict grievous bodily harm on them. Merely. Okay, so.
Fua.
Ooh-wah. 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 Okay, I'm just bringing this over here. Got a little bit of, got a little watery part. Oh,
The
cozy.
raid!
Hello, Kiri. Hello, Kiri. Hello, Kiri. Hello. How were you? How was your stream, Kiri? How was your stream, Kiri? Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. That was the wrong shout out. Gotta redo it. Cozy. A cozy curiosity. Kiri, I know what you were doing because you were doing a series of interviews. You were doing a series of interviews, so I know what you were doing. How did it go? How did it go? I am painting today. I am painting a model, and I have been joined by Nagi Quetzali.
It is I, the stream serpent.
Yes, because Nagi is my guest lecturer for today. She is the professor today, because she knows how to paint decently. Red Senshi, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And yes, so She has just walked me through a glaze.
We're learning basic techniques today.
Basic techniques. She keeps on emphasizing this because she wants you to know that I am bad and not to
No,
emulate
I
me.
don't want you to know. No, that's not about it. That's just not it. Basic techniques are important. They're the
But
bread and butter.
but also hello Kiri, hello Del, hello Maria. Yes. So I've got this very watered down magenta.
Yes. So now
Mhm.
you can apply this on the upper part. Like you start somewhere in the middle, right, and brush it up towards the shoulder.
Okay. So,
Then you lift your brush at the shoulder where the most stays behind, right?
okay.
And you just do that a ton.
I was about to say I was genuinely wondering if I had even gotten any actually on the brush for a second. But yes, absolutely, Kiri. Please. If I feel like I don't even need to tell you this. Yeah, you know that you can raid and run. And if anybody else wants to raid and run, that is extremely acceptable. If you want to just chill out and relax and lurk here, that is very fine by me. If you want to give me more hints for how to paint, that is also extremely appreciated. Because we have improved my technique considerably just in this stream.
Really?
I think so.
Cool, I'm actually doing stuff. Damn. Can you... It looks a little bit more reddish already.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I'm assuming I need to wait for it to dry in a little bit.
Yeah, so you wait for it to dry, then you put on another one, and like you do it until you like the effect, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's a good technique to like add like modulation and like even like fix like something that you think is not interesting enough or whatever. That's why I wanted to bring it in right, to just like
Mm-hmm.
have that as a
Mm-hmm.
thing. So there is like a product called Glaze Medium. I'm a fan of Glaze Medium. I've heard from people that it's a waste of money,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't give a shit. Glaze Medium is amazing. I love Glaze Medium. It's like a specific, basically, Glaze Medium is like specifically to thin down pans for glazes. It makes them have a really nice consistency and go on in a very even, transparent coat, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you can just like water it down and it still works. It still does the thing, just not as satisfyingly, you know?
Yeah. Okay, that was pointless. Why did I do that? That was extremely pointless. I just moved around some stuff that was still drying. That was dumb. All right. So I'll let that dry for a moment, and let's think about what we want to do with Da Shield.
Da shield.
Da Shield.
So how do you want to pin the shield?
So
Is this gonna be a cloth backed shield or not?
it does feel like it should be cloth backed, if only because this feels like it should be metal. The boss feels like it should be metal.
How about the trim?
The trim, I guess it should be metal. It's weird because like if we look at the trim from the edge, it looks actually like it's clothed, right?
But it looks like there's like two different
Yeah,
versions of trim.
it's like they didn't actually
So my
know what the materials they
personal
used were.
favorite for cloth is stippling techniques. You know, where
Mm-hmm.
like you dot on the texture,
Mm-hmm.
because I like it that it shows like a different kind of surface than what everything else on the model has.
Mm.
Which is often a little bit of a problem, especially for like the Games Workshop style on the box art. I feel like the style that they do is very nice if you want like a almost like polymer plastic ceramic kind of surface. That's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
But in my opinion, like cloth stippling techniques are very interesting. I've even seen people doing like a stippling where they draw tiny little crosses over the entire thing, right? Like to simulate like how the fabric interweaves, right?
Mm-hmm. That
That's
seems
like
very
also
difficult.
very interesting. Huh?
That seems like it would take a lot of effort.
It would, but like I mean, not that. But it's like less than you think because if you just like automate like this meditative kind of like procedure where you go like
Hmm.
left right left stroke right stroke right, like it just goes very automatically.
I think I could get into that. That said, so let's think about this as a series of materials, right? So bronze,
Mm-hmm.
and then the boss would be, I mean, traditionally it'd be inside wood. Uh, but so bronze for this innermost layer, cloth for this layer, for the base,
Mm-hmm.
for the bottommost layer.
Would
Um,
it be red cloth?
I think we. Well, the question that's the question we've been hemming around this entire time. Uh, would red look good and cohesive here?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd like it.
okay. Let's go with red. Um, let's go with red. And what the hell do we do with this? I think in Raven,
It
thank you
could
for the.
be. I mean, I don't know. Like, I just make it like silver.
Okay, because I think it would be
The
probably
problem is
bone,
that you
right?
only have gunmetal, which is like a little bit of an issue here because you can't actually like you can't highlight the real metallic silver at all.
Hmm.
You just have to put on gunmetal, and you can only go darker than that.
Well, I mean,
So,
the material this would most likely be would be bone, either bone or
you think
wood.
bone?
Bone or wood. Yeah, this looks like horns.
Bone could work.
Yeah, I think bone.
Or like even like a stone color could work.
Hmm.
Like it's not very realistic,
Yeah.
right? But like it could be like a stone kind of thing, right?
Hmm. Uh, Raven, I can tell you that the least favorite Christmas gift I ever got was a copy of. Well, actually, I think Nagi can actually even guess this one. My mother heard that I was getting into philosophy. And so she went to the New York Times and looked up the best-selling philosophy book.
No, no. Was it 12 Rules for Life by Jordan Peterson?
Bingo!
Oh my god!
Sorry, that was not relaxing for anybody, but oh my
Oh
goodness.
my god, there was like only two. There was like only two books that I could have thought of to be
Yeah.
the worst gifts ever. That and Shadow of the Conqueror by Shadow Brooks.
Yeah, but Shad's not gonna show up. That's not gonna show up in the philosophy section because that's fiction.
Yeah, I was like, as soon as I heard philosophy, I was like, yes, I remember.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so you think bone or stone? I actually kind of like bone because we've got a
Bone.
couple of whites, and I do think white, red,
We have
bronze
the
is good.
like so the classic bone recipe that a lot of people do, right? Like from um so bone is like one of these things you can make this as complicated or as simple as you like, right? So the classic bone recipe that a lot of people like in like tabletop Warhammer painting is like you use the screaming skull
Hmm.
paint that you have, then you paint the stuff in Screaming Skull, then you use the Agric Earthshade, then you put the Agric Earthshade over, right, to
Hmm.
get like some kind of like shadows.
Hmm.
And then you use the Screaming Skull again as a highlight, right? Like where you like paint like basically along the length of the bone and like give it like this kind of structure that
Hmm.
the bone has. And then you highlight that up once with white and you're done, right? Like that's like the classic, really simple, like
Let's
I
start.
don't wanna think about it bone. There you go.
Let's start with the cloth layer, though. Start with the cloth layer. Uh,
Okay, so the cloth layer,
mhm.
we should first put down a really dark red, I feel.
Well, we've already got some darkened red from earlier.
Yes. So like put on a base coat of dark red over all the you don't have to be very neat because it's like the innermost layer,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's the reason why I want to start with the innermost layer is so that I don't end up in the sort of hell of touching up touch-ups that I
So
touched
as
up
we
already.
all know, red has really bad coverage, so like this might take a little bit.
Hmm. Uh, I mean, we're just putting down a base coat.
That's not so bad.
Yeah, it's not so bad. I'm being sloppy as hell with it, but
No, it's you don't have to be neat. It's
Yeah,
just
I
the
know.
first.
Uh, eh, eh. Oh, that was dumb. Oh well. Rotate.
Shield rotate.
Shield rotate. Shield rotate.
That reminds me of the horde symbol from World of Warcraft.
A lot of things do. I mean, it's a very iconic symbol for a reason. It's wild to me when Blizzard actually like nails something, because they've done it like a handful of times. It's not like every single time Blizzard screws up, but
They definitely have more misses than hits, though.
oh yeah. No, it's like definitely and I can definitely point. They definitely have areas of weakness, of bigger weakness. Uh, did you play Diablo 3?
To my chagrin, I tried.
Okay, so you know how the characters that you're playing as in Diablo 3 are just like incessantly bragging about how cool they are?
Yes.
Okay, that's what the Marvel Cinematic Universe is like.
Oh no. Fucking like, dude, I will say though,
You thought you
Diablo has
escaped. You
always
thought you escaped. You didn't.
Diablo is like stupid as hell in my opinion. Like people, this is like one of the weirdest things. People have gaslit themselves into believing that Diablo was good or cool or had like interesting storytelling or like that it like was had characters that were worth a damn or like I don't know. That was never the
I
case
well, I mean,
ever.
so I will stand up that the story of Marius in Diablo 2 is actually pretty interesting and pretty well told.
It is, but he's not really actually like a character very much. I mean, it's
He
a
is
story that
he is like
happens.
1% of the game is the thing.
Yes,
Like
that's the problem,
yeah,
right?
he's an extremely trivial element of the game that many players do not remember, even players who played the game for hundreds of years. Uh,
I'm just saying, like, and people act like
mhm.
it's a game that's difficult to play,
Oh no,
but
no,
there's actual strats and stuff, and it's like, no, bro, it's about the number, though.
about the
I
number.
know, like, for whatever reason, Blizzard suggesting that you could play this game on a phone screen is one of the biggest fucking blunders in people's minds that a developer has ever done, but they were fucking right. You could. You fucking could, dude. Like, there's nothing that
Well,
says you
it's.
couldn't do that. It's like so simple.
I'm sure that you've watched Summoning Salt, right?
It's a no.
Oh, okay. Summoning Salt, he does speedrun histories, and if there's anything that he has taught me, it's that you can make any game arbitrarily hard by just seeking perfection, by just demanding perfect execution. So like, there's
I mean,
strategies.
that is true, but like that's also like your own brain damage at that point.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
know, man. Like it's
All right. So we got down the first layer, this dark layer.
do a second one to get like a nicer coverage.
Roger. I can do that. I can do that. But yeah, it's when people talk about Diablo strats, they're talking about optimizing within very specific parameters. It's how much what is the maximum magic find you can have on a character and still beat bosses in under certain time frames. Uh, it's an odd and like this is the thing, like you can do that with like anything, right? Like it's um you can do that with any goddamn game on the planet. You can do that with games literally made for babies. You can literally do putt putt optimization, right?
Dude, fucking putt.
Just making me madder and madder here. Put put.
No, dude, like I'm gonna be real with you. I don't respect speedrunning as a discipline. I don't know why it's so popular. It's just
Uh, I can put negative and positive spins on it. Um, and I don't I don't know. Is it really all that popular actually? Now that I'm thinking about it, like
it's pretty popular. It had like a heyday of popularity a few years ago, I guess.
yeah, it's the well like so like I one of my like background like just like total mindless distraction things I do is um watching competitive Age of Empires. Uh
The competitive Age of Empires is
yeah.
some of the weirdest shit
Oh,
ever.
it's crazy. It's crazy.
It's like that's not how the game was ever supposed to be played.
I don't think it's as bad as
There's like
competitive Smash, but it's pretty
there's like
bad.
strats where you like what? Like
I mean, I can talk
what?
about a lot of the strats. Well, there's also been an interesting thing where the game's like 25 years old, right? Like the original dev team is long gone. It's been through like 3 different generations of dev teams at this point, and like they all kind of have different ideas
Wait, is
about.
that still being updated?
Oh yeah,
What?
yeah. They actually had one of the biggest balance changes in the entire game's history this year, like 2 months ago.
What?
Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah. Like they
Okay.
actually changed like a huge big. They actually made a huge mechanical change that like resolved a like 20-year balance issue. Like,
Okay, so now that you have that on, you can take the Mephisto rod, right?
mhm.
And then I think we're not gonna overcomplicate this, but like thinking about like light sources or whatever, we're just gonna do panel lighting. So in the middle of the panels, right, is where like we wanna like a lighter thing. So like you can just like take a little bit of paint on the tip of your brush
Mhm.
and then just like dot it there and make like tons of tiny little dots, right? Like to actually
Okay, gonna deload a little
and
bit
then
more. Yeah.
and more dots towards the middle and then feather them out towards the side so that you have less dots there.
Is that too big? Too small?
So it's a bit too big, I
Too
feel.
big. Too big. Okay. Okay. Deload.
That's too big. You
Too
gotta like
big.
do it really small.
Gotta
Tiny little small.
deload and choke up a little bit more.
Yeah, yeah, that's the dots we like.
Um, but yeah. I don't know if you know. Did you played Age of Empires? I'm guessing from what you just said.
I have not really. I've played it once. I installed it once and I played it, but it's like it's too old for me to really know about. So,
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Um, they made it so that the bolt thrower, like the bolt thrower siege weapon type thing,
uh
uh,
huh,
now tracks enemy motion and will like lead targets.
that's insane.
Yeah, that was a change like this
It
year.
has.
It benefits.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Is the Wooloo Woo an actual strategy, or is it just a meme online for boomers?
going all in monk is a strategy. Yeah,
Really?
I literally just watched a tournament uh that like completed a couple days ago, where the number it was actually this was actually kind of a fun tournament because the number 1 seed in the entire world got knocked out in like not even in the quarterfinals. He got knocked out before the quarterfinals. Uh,
What is the number one seed?
there's a guy named Hera, um, who uh the base elo in the game is 1000. Like your chess
Uh
score
huh.
elos. The base elo is 1000. The average player is 1000. Um, the pro once you're about 2200, you're like a professional player. Uh, Hera is at 3000 and nobody else is above like 2500. He's outrageously better than anybody else.
I see.
Um, but this tournament, the prize pool wasn't very big compared to a tournament that was happening like a week later, so he didn't like prep for it very hard. Uh, and he just tried a bunch of weird, crazy strategies and got his ass kicked.
So you didn't take it very serious.
I mean, they have like they're having like tournaments where the prize pools are like $50,000 like every 2 weeks. Like, and a tournament takes like a week. It's exhausting. So like, I get it. Like, I get why he would just say like, if the prize pool is under like 20,000, he just like doesn't give a shit. He has for the tournaments that are called the S-class tournaments, for the highest level tournaments, he has not lost one in like 2 years. But anyway, yeah, all in this tournament, all in monks won a couple
You're
times.
drifting again.
Thank you. Oh. AoE 2 topical. AoE 3, I don't know. I don't know what the prize pools are like for AoE 3. This is for AoE 2. But no, it's a 25-year-old game that is still getting balance updates and new content. This had a major DLC this year.
That's pretty insane. What the hell?
Right?
Is this like the only strategy game where they do that? Like, don't people like whatever? What's it called? Supreme Commander?
Supreme
Do
Commander
you
never
play
had that big of an
Supreme
audience.
Commander?
I played a little bit. I had some friends in high school who really liked it. And Total Annihilation. I actually Age of Empires was actually like my first video game that I took seriously, that like really played. Before then, I was kind of like, what is this stuff?
What even is this? This is some nerd shit.
Like my brothers were into it. No, I was too big of a nerd. I was reading. Too busy reading.
Are you like an old nerd and they're like the nouveau nerds?
Yeah. This is for like the cool nerds, not the true lovers of being a huge turbo nerd. I mean, I always like saying in terms of like the huge turbo nerd moments, the one that I think about a lot is there's a journalist, Robert Evans, and he learned Latin. He literally elected to take Latin classes in high school because of 40K.
What?
Yeah.
They don't even fucking speak Latin in 40 kids. Neo-Gothic, which is like fucking abomination Latin.
Well, that's how he found that out, was by learning Latin and realizing that it was.
Oh man. Did I know a person? They told me that they took like German or whatever in high school because of that weird kind of like Dota song that was like back in his day or whatever. They had the Dota song or
That's
whatever.
not
It's
German.
like, and I told him that's not in German, and he didn't know that to this day until I told him that wasn't in German.
So he never went back and checked. He
He
never went
never
back
went back and checked actually that wasn't in German.
That's so good. I love that. That's so funny too, because like I don't even speak German, and I'm like, that's not German. Just like
Yeah, no, it's
instantaneously, I'm just like, that's not just not what German sounds like.
No, it really doesn't. It's
Okay. What's the progress on this?
That's pretty good, but like as you can see, like the actual coverage of this is really bad. So you can see like the big dots that you made with a more paint there are pretty prominent.
Yep.
I guess like you can do this as much as you want and build up the effect as much as you want, right? To get like the texture and like the saturation up there.
Would using thinner red make it work better?
What do you mean thinner red?
Like thinning it with a little bit of water or something, so that it like splotches out a little bit more, rather than relying on purely the
Do you
pointillism
have
effect.
problem getting it on the thing, or like what's the issue there?
Well, I mean, it's just like I can really clearly see where I dotted it. Like it's like really blazingly obvious. Even like small dots are like really obvious to me.
I mean, I feel that's kind of like the point here. That you want to get the texture.
Okay.
Do you not like it?
No. No, to me it looks very artificial. To my eyes, this looks very artificial. I was wondering how much was like my fuck up.
Did you put the dots too far apart? Because you want the dots to overlap in the middle, so that they actually make a
No.
make a a full area full of red, right? And then like when you space them out towards the side, and that's where they actually go further and further apart.
Okay. Okay. So it's again too much of a coward.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, in the middle, they actually just like make like almost a solid kind of block of color, and then they just
Okay.
become small, like further and further apart.
Okay. Okay. That part I did not understand. That it should be doing more coverage in the middle. Okay. Okay. It's-
More dots, more good. Yes, make the good dot, not the bad dot.
Thank you, Shad.
Fucking Shad.
I know you hate him so much.
Dude, like Shad is like one of the like when I think about Shad, it reminds me that he's real
Yeah.
and that he lives in society, and that's not a problem for him. I'm like, how can this be real? How can this guy be real? How is he?
He's Mormon. That's how he is. It is kind of like low key crazy to me that like the Mormon church is like so all in on influencer culture.
Are they?
Oh yeah, yeah. Have you heard of Mom Talk? Like the
Never.
okay. Mom Talk is a sector of TikTok because you never actually have communities on TikTok. You just kind of have like
Oh,
abstract.
mom talk.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, okay.
Not Mon
Yes,
Talk the city. Mom Talk as in mom like mom TikTok. Yeah, it's almost entirely Church of Latter-day Saints. It's almost entirely Mormons.
that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, like the Mormon church is like gives them like seed money and stuff. Uh it's absolutely wild. Uh
So the stippling technique is kind of similar to layering, just instead of like doing actual strokes, you just do dots. And eventually the dots become the layers.
okay, so what's happening is I'm just being too precious about it.
Yes. You don't actually need to care about the individual dots. The dot is but a cog in the machine.
So yes, I'm definitely being too precious about it.
You're drifting to the bottom.
Okay. That one I think I know what's happening there. Which is that the comfortable spot to rest my wrist is very close to the bottom of the camera. Now I've got the stupid Swedish Dota song stuck.
The Swedish toast.
It's Swedish, right?
To be honest, what is the guy Base Hunter? I'm pretty sure he was Swedish. I forgot. I don't even remember how the song goes.
I mostly remember that he says like I play a lot of Dota.
It was he's sitting in like some kind with Ventrilo. Red Ventrilo is in the
Oh
song.
wow, yeah. Ooh, Ventrilo. I remember Ventrilo well.
Is Ventrilo like I've never used that in my life. I had to be explained to what that was.
It's not very complicated. It's Discord without text channels.
You know what? That sounds terrible.
Uh, honestly, the main reason why it's not really a thing anymore is because it's slightly more inconvenient to set up than Discord servers, and the sound quality is a lot worse.
That you had to host that personally or something like that. You had to
Yeah,
host it yourself.
yeah, because it was just like a program. It was not like a web server. It was just like it was just a program you set up. Because this is old school internet. Like, why would They
Yeah,
didn't
who
have
cares?
Chinese
That was
spyware.
before platforms killed everything.
That was back when that was back when you didn't have a foreign government spying on you as the fundraising technique for every piece of software.
Yes, Scotty, exactly, exactly. I was just explaining how that song. I know somebody that took in high school. They took German because they really liked that song, and then I told them years later that that song isn't in German, and they were like, "Wow, I guess now I understand why my teacher looked like me like I was a fool when I was singing it." I don't know. He was.
That's a really good bit, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I like that as a
I don't know.
bit.
That was like really freaking weird. I don't know.
I'm
I
imagining somebody saying like, I learned Japanese because I want to understand the lyrics to Komsu Surtad.
Oh man. Ah.
uh,
But yeah, as you can see, like you getting into the whole stippling technique thing, it's very easy, right? To like put more dots where you want it to be brighter.
mhm.
Right? So it's a pretty good technique to use, I feel. This is a technique that a lot of very high level painters use to some degree or a little. You know, it's like incredibly versatile to do.
Yeah.
I learned Japanese. I really like the Tales of Queen Shihon.
Yeah. Also, that's like a fucked up thing to be into. The life of Qin Shi Huangde is like it's like of all the things you could learn about Chinese, like really that one? You had so many options here, my friend, and you chose that one. What is happening? What is happening? Ah, okay. So the good and or bad news here, Nagi, is that I could probably just do this for hours,
Yeah, but
but I think that is going to bore you to tears.
no, I'm fine. We're talking.
Yeah.
I'm just saying though, you should also not overdo it, even though like you probably want to do it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems to like be getting there. Because as you can probably tell, red bad coverage, bad. So you gotta apply a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're done with this, what I would do is, do you have an orange that isn't Rise or Rust?
Griffin. Uh, Griffin
Which
Town.
is the contrast paint orange, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Forget the orange. Take the yellow instead. And
Okay.
like make a red with a little bit of yellow in it, but make sure it still reads as red. And like do like another layer of dots on top, but like be a little more on the conservative side so you can get like some highlights, right? And just like get the dot text, the dotted texture, you know?
Mm-hmm. All right. All right. All right. Let's get to you. Oh, that was way too big. Oops. Uh, we're getting to about the point where it's time to do that. Okay. You said just a little bit of yellow?
Yeah, make sure it still reads as a red.
Okay. So let's take a decent chunk
You
of
can
red.
also use an ice yellow here if you want it to be like a little bit more desaturated, right? Which is a choice you can make.
A choice you can make. So you want me to use the moon yellow?
No, you can do what you want. I mean, for real, like
For real, for real. Uh,
for real.
I mean, I will say Scaldi, as a person who does speak some Japanese, Caramel Dancing just sounds like absolutely nothing. Like it just like does not sound like words to me at all. It like you could convince me it was in English.
Have you ever heard that song, the weird ass like fucking Russian, the Moscow
Yeah,
song, right?
yeah. It's an old disco song.
Everybody that I've ever talked to believes that that song's in Russian. It's
Oh my
not.
goodness! What? Wow. No, that was a that's a disco classic. It's a disco classic. It's extremely not.
It's extremely not in Russian. Extremely not.
The Russians I went to high school with liked it though. They thought it was a
Yeah,
fun song.
Russians like as far as I have learned, they just really like it when Russia is basically mentioned anywhere. It's kind of similar to like the people in Mexico that when I was in Mexico.
They're doing the that classic meme of the like the anime girl holding up the like the bottle of a drink and a food item, and it's like whatever city you mentioned.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's true. That's what they do.
It's true. It's true. Uh, it's true. And of course, I'm an American and I'm a New Yorker at that. So it's like we just like assume everybody knows all of our shit anyway, no matter what, whether or not they mention it. Like, yeah, of course you know like this local deli that like 5 people eat at.
Also, like I have to say, caramel Danzon does not sound. Even the name Danzon, I know immediately where to place that. I'm sorry, but like, there's no way that's fucking Japanese. There's no way.
I mean, I know enough about Japanese phonetics to know like that's not what Japanese would ever sound like, right?
Yeah,
Wow, I
there's
broke
no
my
way.
model extremely badly while we were doing that. But yeah, like it doesn't sound like that at all. But it's also like again, like I said, it doesn't sound like anything to me. That song sounds like nothing to me. Like it sounds like scat singing to me. It sounds like absolute gibberish.
Well, it doesn't to me because I'm
Because
weird.
because of reasons.
Because reasons.
Because of reasons. Because of secret serpent related reasons. Uh, secret serpent reasons. Okay, let's.
Have you made him mix?
Yes. I think it could be more yellow, to be honest. Over
Yeah. Maybe I don't know.
here.
I don't know.
I'll add a little more. I'll add a little more.
Don't listen to me.
No, but you're literally the guest teacher here. Literally the teacher here. I'm paying you to teach
In
to tell.
exposure.
Yeah, an exposure. Yeah, exposure. Yeah. Because that's how this relationship works.
Expositor.
Expositore. Okay, yeah, definitely. I tried to make a sound and I was like, no, not the time, not the time. Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
No, you're good, good.
Blink.
Actually, that does need to be a tiny bit.
Blink twice, little fetid snake, if you need to be rescued.
Oh no, oh no. I mean, if you're getting
Why?
sleepy, we can start. We can wrap.
Am I?
Hmm?
Am I in danger?
I don't. I think you're just in danger of listening to me ramble about random history bullshit for hours. But I don't know. I think I'm one of like the. I feel like I'm actually probably one of the least scary Twitch streamers to get stuck in a room with. Like, oh no, like I might
You're
like
being
fake.
taken advantage of. You're being paid an exposure.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Uh, that's true. That's definitely how this is working out. It's definitely
Yeah.
how this is working out. This is definitely not me just Shanghaiing my. That's a little bit too orange, I think.
Ah! It's too orange.
Yep. Poop.
Fuck.
Fuck. Oh, hold on.
The problem is I cannot really direct you here because of like how the Twitch fucking video quality.
The OBS is...
The quality is like the color grading ain't so good.
The color grading is not so good. No, that was like definitely a thing
it ain't all that.
That was definitely a concern I
Yeah.
had this entire time. Was like, I don't know if the colors are up to this. Well, I need to replace the water. Oh, I do want to say topical. That was something that's been driving me a little bit nuts. Is like this is a much better camera than I was using even like a week ago. But also like whenever I've been looking up camera reviews, they talk about like autofocus and auto color correction, and I'm like, I don't want those. Like I want those like as little as possible. And they're like, oh no, we got like AI powered gimbal controls. I'm like, no.
I will say that like for some of the stuff, the autofocus ain't even bad.
Yeah, I mean this autofocus isn't that bad.
Like the autofocus for this specific stream application, like I've seen like specifically like a streamer recently where I talked to them like about how they are set up. And they're like, yo, I have this camera and it's the exact camera I already have. And I'm like, yes! No, but they have like a different, like a zoom lens, a relatively strong one, like a 75 to 130 millimeter zoom lens or whatever, or 35 to 135 millimeter zoom lens. And the problem is that the lens itself costs like fucking $500.
Hell yes.
And I looked at that and I was like,
that's cameras, baby.
But the autofocus was really nice. Like it was really nice. Like when you just paint, you can just do the scene and not think about it. What do you think about the shield so far?
I have been enjoying painting the shield, if nothing else. I do think, though, that is the sound of indicating that maybe we should wrap.
Should we wrap?
I think we should wrap. You sound sleepy. Sounds like we've got a
Yeah,
sleepy
but
snake.
you think that my discomfort and pain means anything?
It means something to me.
What?
It means something to me. I'm your friend.
That's...
I want you to be happy.
Now you paint! You paint! I will not let you get away with this. You must paint.
All right. I do need to
Can't
replace...
make him paint.
I need to replace the water can, regardless, because this is worthless. I am not getting water out of this brush at this point. It's just more paint than water.
It do be true.
So let me replace the water.
Okay, go get it. We can't let him go away. We can't let him quit now. He must paint. I will make him paint. My pain means nothing. It's called painting for a reason. I'm sorry. I get like very passionate, okay? Okay? You must understand.
All right. I am back, and now I'm actually on camera. What were you telling my chat to do?
I was tell them that it doesn't matter. It's called painting for a reason. You must endure. You must endure. Endurance important.
Yeah, I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing here.
Vibing and scribing.
That is actually, I should be calling my streams that, right? Vibing and scribing. That's actually...
Pretty good.
Why have I not been doing that? Why have I not been doing that? Pretending to be like a medieval scribe like half the time I'm on stream anyway.
You could also like paint like symbols and stuff onto the shield.
I could.
You could do that. You could like paint stuff on it.
That's true.
Inscribe it.
That's true. However, I only know how to work with a calligraphy pen, the broad nib. I have no competency so it's going to be really embarrassing for everybody involved.
See you later, Toho Boho.
Goodbye,
Thank you
Toho.
much for coming out to the stream today.
Yeah.
Your attendance will be noted.
Tohu's a nice lad. Tohu's. Alright. So, how do I want to do this? I'm inclined to actually just continue with the stripling. Is my inclination. Because
it is a pretty nice technique, right? Like, it's legit. As I told you, it's also one of the techniques that is like used at like every kind of like people do this like at competition painting all the time. Do 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 step ball. It was a good stream.
Until
the stream isn't over. The fuck are you talking about?
Oh, and
Get
hello, Rabbit
back
Bud.
in here.
was.
They acting like we're dead or something. It's crazy. I don't know. Insane.
Yeah. Okay.
Insane in the membrane.
Yeah, that's an old song right there. That's very old.
I heard it recently when I went into the store, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had it playing in the background. I was like, what the hell is this song?
I love when that happens. I love when that happens.
What is that?
Like when just an ancient pop song just like appears out of nowhere. Is that song old enough to qualify as like an oldies song by now? Is that song part of our traditions?
I don't know, when did that come out?
I don't know, like 92.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's just from the before time as well. Oh my god.
What's your from the before times? What's your boundary? What's your boundary?
I don't know. Everything that's before 2000 is from the before time.
Okay. Hello, Turi.
Hey, Turi. Snack and scribe. Let's go.
Yeah. Snack and scribe.
Turi, today we're learning how to paint miniature.
Miniature. Yes.
Miniatura.
Okay, so what's next? Should we do the raised elements?
Yes. Sure, we could do that.
And we said we were gonna do bone. So what?
You want to do bone, da bone. So,
bony.
like I would do them first in a brown. Like do the dark brown that you have.
The real dark brown or the Mornfang brown?
What's the Mornfang brown is more like a reddish brown, right?
Yeah. So stick with the.
No, we can do the reddish brown, right? Like that's good enough.
Okay.
Those H's sure are mini. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they sure are. Yeah, classic German song.
Insane in the Membrane, is that the classic German song?
Insane in the Membrane. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very German song. Clearly.
Who would be the most mad if people started saying like all songs in English are actually just German? That English is, because it's a Germanic language.
Oh no, you're drifting again.
Okay, it's actually no. I figured out what's going on.
You're drifting down also.
Well, I figured out what's going on with the drifting to the right. That's something I'll have to fix when we're off stream.
You're getting choppy. What do you mean I'm getting choppy?
I don't hear chop in my audio. And hello, Screw Chaos. Also off. Popping off
also
and also
audio?
on. I don't hear it on my end, so I don't know what the heck.
Well, that means it has to be the OBS that's doing that.
Boo. What do I do about this?
It's chopping me.
Help me, people who understand technology. Help me. Do I just like reset her audio sound? Do I reset her source? Is that all I do? Or do I have to do something more dark? More evil?
I don't even know.
I will reset your source anyway because I don't know. Resetting things tends to work pretty well, right?
Indeed. Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
Just did. Did she sound choppy there? Because she sounds perfectly fine in...
I'm gonna open myself a cold one, dude. In a second here.
Sounds like a fucking gun cocking. What the hell are your cans made?
That's what I'm talking about.
Seriously, what the hell are your cans made out of? That sounded so loud.
It's like a classic can.
Spent actual tin on your cans.
Still sounds garbled.
Garbles. Ah, jeez. Okay. Do I sound garbled? She doesn't sound garbled to me. Let me... Properties.
What does garbled mean?
Incoherent.
I mean, that's normal.
Let's try again. How's that?
Hello, chat.
Perfect. Okay. But yeah, garbled is like a specific type
There you
of...
go. That's the true snake language.
Yeah, that's the way that we were always meant to sound. That's the sound of progress. Garbled is like a particular type of incoherence, and it strikes me that English has like 20 different ways to say that you sound like you're insane. Like other languages have like a million words for snow, and English has a million words for saying that something doesn't make any sense. But, like actually just being incoherent or saying bullshit is not garbled. Garbled is like when the sounds themselves are mixed up, and so you can't understand like what the order of sounds, the order of the phonemes is supposed to be. Like if you took all the phonemes and like put them in a cocktail shape, like shook them around.
Gobble, 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 gobble.
Which is distinct from gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook.
Yeah.
That sounds like straight up gobbledygook to me.
Yeah. Pretty good American accent.
You
Better
not
than mine.
speaking any sense. When I listen, I'm sorry. It's my
You're losing it.
fake, my really bad fake Southern accent.
Better than mine.
I wish I could actually sound like a Southerner. That'd be funny as hell, but I can't.
You could like a
Kai counter, brother.
could get yourself super
Kai
canceled
counter
and
is
try to
what
sound
I
like a Southern
say.
European.
That's what I always said. Fucking, it's all based on Cotton Eye Joe.
It's all based on Cotton Eye Joe. It's all based on Cotton Eye Joe.
That's what it's based on. It's based on Cotton Eye Joe.
Not Boomhauer.
Huh?
Not Boomhauer from King of the Hill.
No, Boomhauer is like I've never seen anything like it.
So I'm very much a northerner, and so I thought that the joke with Boomhauer was that he wasn't saying anything.
No, but he actually is.
He actually is. No, I met a guy who talked like Boomhauer. I met a guy who talked like Boomhauer, and like I worked with him, and like for like 2 days in a row, I couldn't understand anything he said, and then I could start understanding him. And then like I went back and I watched King of the Hill after that, and I was like, oh fuck, I can understand Boomhauer now.
That's crazy. No,
Spent like
I
decades of my
know
life being like, I
Boomhauer is
thought the whole
actually saying things. It's insane.
I thought it was actually like I thought it was a very funny bit that like Boomhauer was just like Swedish chefing. Uh and then like everybody else was just responding to him as if he were speaking in English. I thought that was a funny bit. And then it's just no, he's just speaking. It's just like I didn't understand because I'm too much from the frigid
No,
hellscape.
it's actually people like that exist for real. It's insane to me, but it's true.
Yeah. It was also really fun to
50% of all English is based on Cotton Eye Joe. Good.
yeah.
I was made a long time ago. Come from where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
The Joe that is cotton.
The Joe that is cotton. The Joe with the cotton in his eye.
We need to translate Cotton Eye Joe into more languages and
There's a
preserve.
Joe on high with the cotton in his eye.
You've seen Azumanga right?
No.
Oh, Azumanga is great, phenomenal anime.
I'm not a fan of slice of life comedies.
Sucks to suck.
They bore me to tears.
Sucks to suck.
I know.
But there was the dub of it in that was on the air when I first saw it. There's a character who's from Osaka. And they make fun of her for it constantly. And for some bizarre reason, they decided to translate her as having a Texas accent.
That's weird. Usually they do that with the the Kansai accent is like
Well, it's
usually
Kansai Ben.
yeah,
Osaka accent's
Kansai is usually not Texas, but it's usually a different kinds of Southern, right?
which is bizarre to me because like the actual stereotypes of Kansai Ben are like not Southern. They don't map to the South at all.
They do not know.
It's like Kansai Ben is like the accent of like commerce and like being like and like moving fast. It should be like Boston or Brooklyn, which would also be very funny.
The Joey Wheeler accent.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Joey Wheeler.
Yeah.
Hey, you. I'm gonna kick his keister, you.
Yeah.
Dude, and it's like I was like listening to this and I was like, what the fuck's a keister?
Yeah.
What the hell?
A keister. It's a keister.
I don't know what a keister is.
Yeah, Turi understands my vision. Turi understands me.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It's a bum. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna kick his ass. Right? That's what that is. But it's like, hey, you. I'm gonna kick his case. What? I don't know. It's. I kind of like the fucking vocabulary that they have there. It's like very creative.
Well, a lot of it's like a lot of it's like a really fun like random mix of like Yiddish.
Yeah.
So like because I've lived in Brooklyn for a while now. Like I will now say like chutzpah. I love that word. Chutzpah is a great word. Tukus, another good one. I wonder when we're gonna start mixing in more Spanish into this stuff. The Americans kind of just do that in general.
The JP dub of King of the Hill, dude. King of the Hill has like a fucking cult following in Japan.
Oh yeah, it rules. Also, hello,
It's
Kari.
insane. Hey,
Hello.
Kari.
I think that one of the funniest stories I've ever heard from an American tourist was they wandered into a Japanese like barbecue place that was populated by Texaboos. And the people at the restaurant found out that that our intrepid heroes
We're from Texas.
were from Texas, and they got forced to do a square dance.
Oh no! Could they square dance? Was this a thing they could do?
Yeah, yeah.
That's too fucking stereotypical, bro. If you're in Texas and you can square dance, don't you? Are you not ashamed, man? I don't know.
I used to be a part of mandatory public education.
Wait, are you from Texas?
No, I'm not. I'm not even from Texas, and it was still part of my mandatory public school education. I had to learn how to square dance.
I was like, for a second, like, what the hell? You from Texas, bro?
No, no.
What?
Like I said, I'm very much a northerner. I'm extremely from the north. The furthest south I've lived is like Chicago.
From damn city slickers from
Yeah.
North City boy.
Yeah, yeah.
City boy.
I didn't actually. I'm not even that much of a city boy. I live in New York now, but I've lived in a lot of rural areas. But yeah, very much a northerner. Very much a Yankee. Very Yankee.
Yankee.
The Yankees.
Goddamn Yankees.
To be fair, do not like the baseball team, but I don't think I cannot imagine you giving a shit. I can barely give a shit. It feels extraordinarily unsnake-like to care about. Yank Montas. Exactly.
Yank Mantas. There you go.
They've been on a roll. Chat's been on a roll today with these. I need to like go through and like write some of these down. Yank Montas.
It's okay. All Americans are Yankees when they come to Europe.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Your Yankee-ness is like a factor of like it's
That's
local.
true.
It's local. It's very local. There's this map.
It's relative to your surroundings.
Yeah, it's a relative
It
quantity.
becomes relative. It's the great relativity, the theory of
Yeah,
relativity
Einsteinian.
of Yankee. Yeah.
Yeah, Grant's tomb. Yeah. I've also been to John Brown's. Cause hell yeah, best American. One of those
The
concepts.
Dutch, the Yankees, maybe a little bit.
The Dutch, the Yankees. Oof. I don't know. I feel like the Dutch are simply too ridiculous to be anything other than the Dutch of the Dutch.
I don't even think they're that ridiculous. Their language is funny as shit, though. Like,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's. I knew a Dutch guy in college who was like who like 6'7" and was I remember the thing that like he was super calm about everything, and then like he did not appreciate American sexual norms. Did not appreciate the prudishness of Americans.
the prudishness of Americans is known worldwide. I assure you, it's like.
And we're not even actual outliers. It's like it's the kind of interesting part. We're not actually.
You not?
No. Yeah, no. It's actually we're not actually particularly outliers on that one. No. It's very much in line with the like in terms of like if you draw like trend lines based on stuff like religiosity and class positions.
It's just like the stuff that is like very commonly associated with the Dutch stuff. Like, for example, like the whole thing about like freaking parents being like having like teenage and like older teenage children and be like, oh my god, my children cannot be sexually active and all that stuff. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Did you think this is like a normal, healthy idea of sexuality, bro? Like, what is going on, man? Like, are you insane? Like, and that's like supported by American culture, right? Like, and that's not only Dutch.
It's actually
like, there's a lot of countries here. Like, no, yeah, you can expect that to happen. Like, I mean,
here's the crazy part, right? Is that like when Americans talk about when we talk about cultural contrast, we don't tend to contrast ourselves with the Europeans very often. The culture that we contrast ourselves about sexual liberation with is more often Asian cultures.
Yeah, because I mean that's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
This is like shooting fish in a barrel, okay?
Oh, I wonder about how the between state compares to international. That's actually kind of an interesting question. There has been like a lot of change on like state bases, and I think it's going to accelerate as Florida and Texas increasingly become insane. I've gotten the brown layer down. What was the next thing?
Okay, so now
Mhm.
the next layer that you do is like you can now do like a layering technique similar to what you did on the skin, right?
Mhm.
Like you know how bone has this texture of like this kind of weird line texture to it, right?
Yeah.
Often when you see it, that's kind of like how you want to layer this up, and you want to layer it just from this brown to like what you have in your hand right there. So you can do this with like one in between, or like I
Mhm.
don't know.
One in between sounds good to me, given my level of control. Um, okay.
And then in the end, you do the Agrex Earth Shade on top, and at the very end, you can add like, and then after that, after the Agrex Earth Shade,
Mhm.
you can like reestablish the highlight with the bone color once more because it gets dulled down, right?
Mhm. Excellent. Okay. Once again, Citadel Whites, my nemesis.
They are the worst colors, and they belong in the trash.
R.I.P. to me, who also belongs in the trash with them.
I'm sorry, I had to drink. That was very important.
It's very important. It's very important to stay hydrated, to stay moist.
Yeah, chat. Stay hydrated. Your flesh craves the moisture. I know. I can hear it. It sings to me. I'm sorry. We're
You're
really...
losing it, my dude.
That's a common problem that I run into.
And that's why you're here, as opposed to anywhere else. The common joke that Twitch is really about quarantining us from internet society.
Honestly, like I'm self quarantining at this point. I don't wanna go outside anymore. There's people. They're scary.
Oh. I like people. I just like being online more.
True.
I just meet nicer
Online
people
has
online.
more people.
Yeah, online has more
And
people.
better quality people.
And
High
I can just
quality fresh people.
and if I can just block the people I don't like, right? Like and just like you can't do that in real life. I can't just be like, oh, this person's slightly rude to me. They're now gone forever. Now banish them eternally. I mean, I
I mean,
can, but
there's methods, but they're like forbidden techniques.
yeah, I can only do it a few times. I can't do it like a lot. It's ill recommended, and it
It's the
carries
left-hand path.
prices that I may not be willing to pay.
Nothing comes without a cost, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly,
very
exactly,
important.
exactly. Everything comes with a price. Uh, it's mine is yours for a price. The only good line in all of Beyond Earth. You do not strike me as a civilization player.
No.
That's fair. It's a silly
I'm
civilization.
like I have to play more exciting games. Cause I'm easily distracted. Easily.
No Balatro for you.
I haven't tried it yet, but people say that it's very good.
It is very good. It is very good. I actually am kind of mad that it didn't win Game of the Year, which I'm annoyed about because like I'm mostly like I don't care. I don't respect the Game Awards, so why do I care?
The year is a goddamn sham anyway.
It's such a sham of. It's like a bad award show, even within the context of award shows. Uh, like the like I do not like most of the award shows. I don't respect a lot of them. But like the Game
Don't
Awards,
forget the twisty motion. The twisty.
the
To
problem is
get
that
the nice tip.
problem is the paint's way too high up in there. Gotta deload it entirely and start over. Let's get over here and do it twisty. Oh, that did not go well.
No.
The problem is that white's super freaking chalky.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It's how these are.
How these are.
The Games Workshop white. It's full of shite.
I have 3 of them.
So in case, chat, if you're interested in what a better white would be, the true answer is you fucking screwed.
The
But
true answer is the true answer is
with
cadmium yellow.
with acrylics, with water-based acrylics specifically, not like other solvents, right? You're screwed. But the best you can get is you can go like actual like heavy body artist acrylics.
Mhm.
So I hear pro acryl is okay, right? Like I hear that's okay. But I hear a lot of people like the Liquitex heavy body artist acrylic. I personally have the Winsor and Newton professional artist from the professional series, right? The artist acrylics. So they actually do okay. But most, if not all, hobby paint series, miniature painting paint series have pretty shitty whites. But as I said, it's true. I heard Pro Acryl is okay, and so is Chimera Colors. You gotta make your own out of actual bones, but white isn't made from bones. It's made from titanium oxide, or like lead oxide, lead oxide white.
Gotta make it out of a elemental plane of mirrors. Just find the elemental concept of reflecting light and just put that into your paint.
Yeah, but that's like not gonna be white. That's
I
gonna
know.
be reflective.
That
That's portal paint into a parallel universe. I don't want the portal paint.
I want the portal paint. Yeah.
Honestly, if you want the reflective paint, there's a lot of chrome paints that you can do that are like two-step chromes. But in my honest experience, if you don't want to like, if you just want something pretty reflective and not like, okay, I really want to paint like a model that's a full mirror, gloss black primer and the Molotov chrome refill, marker refill on top, and that shit does. It's so much better than most other options are, and so much easier to apply. It's just really worth.
Excellent. Put more on here.
Oh no.
You good? What did I screw up?
Hello?
I hear you. I hear you. Did stream crash? Oh. Oh, cool. That's a cool problem to
It
have.
wasn't I who crashed. Oh my god, I thought it was me.
Okay, cool problem.
Hello?
I can hear you.
I can only hear you like a little bit.
I literally I can't even alt tab. Yeah, I'm getting no uh hmm. Interesting, interesting. Let's give this another moment, but I think uh hmm. You can hear me though, but my stream isn't running. Is that correct? Nagi?